We are about ready to get underway with the show. We are waiting for Richard's Livestock. Richard's Livestock, if you could make your way to the show ring. Thank you. And again, if you need a program, we do have the programs up here at the announcer stand. We're just waiting for our final HAMP folks to come on up, and we'll get started with our HAMP show. And good morning once again, and welcome to the 2025 Nebraska State Fair Open Class Sheep Show. We're kicking it off today with our Hampshires. This will be our first class spring ram lambs. This will be a single entry.
Oh, yeah. So this will be our champion. All right. Good morning, Nebraska. Glad to be here to evaluate your open show today. And I know we're going to see a lot of varieties and types of sheep today. And I'm looking forward to some of these breeds. That'll be the first time I'm judging them. So I can't wait to see what they look like and getting them in here in the ring. Hampshires, though, I've judged several of those before, and we raised a few of those down at NOC. This lamb's nice. One that's good down his top line. He's up fronted and extended. I like where he puts his feet and legs. He's very square and wide down at the ground. Certainly a nice sheep. He's our only buck in this deal, and he could handle some competition with the quality that he shows out here. Let's give this family a round of applause for a nice job with this lamb.
And congratulations to Richards Livestock out of Geneva, Nebraska, your grand champion, Hampshire Ram. We're going to move on to the ladies now. This will be yearling ewes. And our judge today, as you've already heard him talk, is Bart Cardwell. Bart is from Northern Oklahoma, where he teaches Northern Oklahoma College ag instructor and at the Sheep Center managing. He was responsible for 140 head of purebred sheep center. The center is an educational flock for NOC ag students pursuing their degrees in ag science. As part of the educational experience, students have the opportunity to exhibit the flock at the Tulsa State Fair, Fort Worth Livestock Show and Rodeo, Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, and the North American International Livestock Expo in Louisville. The Sheep Center has raised 18 national champion and reserve national champion sheep in its 18 years of existence at Louisville. It's a former ag ed instructor and extension educator as well. Bart and his wife Judy have two kids, Abby and Otto, and they reside in Lamont, Oklahoma. We welcome Mr. Bart Cardwell to our ring the next 2 days here at the Nebraska State Fair.
We're going to leave these as they stand, starting with the ewe that's the bigger bodied, bigger ribbed, wider based ewe in this particular lineup. I think she's a little bit better in terms of just having the right amount of shape and down that top line and yet still holding things together pretty good. I guess I'd like to extend her maybe a little bit, make her a little taller at the point of the shoulder, improve that top line just a little bit as we get her on the move. But she's the one that's got the most to her. Maybe we'd like to make her just a little bit bigger in kind than what she is. The ewe that's in second is a little bit bigger, is a little more extended up through that front end. But I read her as where I'd like to change her is she's just a little bit flatter in her makeup over that rib cage and down that top line. She doesn't have quite the drop in that rear flank and have quite the silhouette from the side as that ewe that starts the class. And then when we move her get her on the move, I'd like to put her top down in her just a little bit and relax that spine some. She is ultra long bodied. She is feminine about how she's made, just like a changer in some areas to put her on up. But a good class. Let's give them a round of applause. A lot of different pieces and parts in this group. The ewe I'm starting with, I like how up fronted and feminine she is up through that front end, with combining that with some power. Would I like to change a few things about her? Yeah, I would like to change her and just maybe give her a little bit more flexibility in that top line, but I don't think she's in a place where she's in bad shape. I like her feet and legs and where she puts them down. Up front, it has plenty of power. Still looks like a Hamp ewe, and that's where we're starting the class with. Little ewe in second. Like some things about her. I like how she's built. She's certainly neat up through that front end. She's wide down at the ground. She's smooth made. She's a little shorter bodied. She's a little shorter and smaller in kind. I'd like to make her bigger there. Hamp type, she needs to have a little more color to her. She's a little too light colored as far as the Hamp breed goes. But certainly a nice ewe that's built well and has some good pieces to her. The next ewe we have in class, super long-bodied ewe, very long from that last rib back. I like that about her. She's hard to the touch and got a lot of thickness and width to her. Like to tie her a little bit better in that hip-loin junction. Like to drop that flank down just a little bit to make her balance up better compared to the two ahead of her in the class. But a really nice, big, productive ewe here in third. And then we got a really wide body, deep-made, big centered kind of a ewe that goes here in fourth. Just not quite as extended up through that front end for me today, but certainly one that's got a lot of power and body and broodiness to her. Certainly like her from that standpoint. Four nice ewes, just different kind. Different judge might place them different, but today that's how we're going to make them official. Let's give them a round of applause.
The ring are winter ewe lambs.
two different kinds of sheep at the top of this class. The ewe I'm going to start with. I just like her femininity and her beauty that she has up through that front 1/3. There's some things I'd like to change about her, like in terms of breed type. We definitely need a little more wool cap than we got there. But I think in terms of a female and how she's built the best of the group. She's extended up through that front end, as I said. She's long and neat down that top line. Feet and legs come down where they're supposed to be. She is not the most powerful one in the class. That's in the ewe that we have here in second. Really wide base, big-bodied, big volume kind of a ewe. I just want to make her a little different in terms of when I get on that top line, she's really wide at the point of that shoulder, and as we move back, she gets narrower back to that hip. And I'd like to see that the other way around. She's got a lot of cover on her, so it's kind of hard to see some of the things. But she is round-bodied. She's wide-based. We like that about her. Just want to extend her up, make her a little more feminine in terms of a female today. And then probably the one that has the most attractiveness out here from a side view, just really a beautiful, nicely balanced kind of a ewe. Is here in third. The problem is we're a little short on her lower jaw there in terms of she has a parrot mouth. She is the one that of the group, though. She's the most immature. She's the one that's probably the narrowest based of the group. Need to change that mouth. Need to just bring her along in terms of where she's at in maturity to go up higher in the class. Good class, though. Give them a round of applause.
Here's your results of your winter ewe lamb class. First place goes to Booz Livestock from Shelton, Nebraska. Second is to Richards Livestock from Geneva, Nebraska. And third goes to Lauren Richards from Geneva, Nebraska. And thanks to Congressman Adrian Smith for stopping by today to watch the sheep show for a little bit. Congressman, we appreciate your time and the work that you're doing for agriculture. In the ring now is our spring ewe lamb class. They're born February 16th to June 1 of this year.
good quality class all the way down. There's some good ewes in this class, and I think we start out with this one that really is built well for me. If I could change one thing about her, I'd make her just a little taller at the point of the shoulder, give her a little more elevation and size. But I like how she's built. She wedges the right way. She's really wide and thick out through that rump and hip, and then you back off of her and look at her. She's up in her chest floor. She's neat in her flank, and just gives me a nice look from the side. She's lean and show ready, and I just think more honest in the way she looks just because of where she's at in her condition. The ewe that we have in second, that's one thing I'd like to change about her. She's pretty chubby today and carrying a little cover, and I think it's hiding some things that we need to change about this ewe. I'd like to make her a little bit bigger and wider right at the top of that tailhead and out that rump in relation to that ewe that wins the class. I like her from the side. She balances good. She's up in terms of having that point of that shoulder where it needs to be. She's stout at the ground and has some width to her. I just would like to make her bigger in some areas in relation to where she is in terms of width and dimension right in behind that shoulder. She needs to be bigger out her rear part of her body or the end of her skeleton there. You that we have here in third, just kind of piecey in how she's built. She's kind of immature in her look from the side, but I like some things about her. She's really wide and square and shapely down that top. She needs to be level or outer dock. She needs to drop that flank down a little bit more to play with these two above her, but I like some things about her other than that. The ewe we have next in class, one that what she shows me out here is of the group, she's probably the one that's the most flat in her muscle shape. Flatness in her rib, flatness out through that rump and hip. I like her design. I like her silhouette and how she puts it together. I just want to blow her apart and make her more expressive and wider and bigger in that center part of her body to put her up. And then we round out the class with the ewe that's probably one of the shortest bodied ewe in the class. She's square out through her rump and hip and has a lot of dimension in the rear third of her skeleton. I just want to lengthen her out. I want to level that top line down and make her just look a little bit more attractive from the side compared to some of these others. Really good class of hamp ewes, though. Let's give them a round of applause.
Up next, we'll have our pair of ewe lambs. It is going to be first call for our Suffolks, please. First call for Suffolks. Here's your results of that spring ewe lamb class. First, we'll go to Club Lambs, KRE Livestock, out of Wallback, Nebraska. Second, exhibited by Richards Livestock, out of Geneva, Nebraska. Third, we'll go to Club Lambs, KRE Livestock. Fourth, exhibited by Brinley Elber from Guide Rock, Nebraska. And fifth goes to Lauren Richards from Geneva, Nebraska. Again, entering the ring now will be a pair of ewe lambs. All right, we'll bring in now our First and seconds from our classes for our grand champion ewe. Your pair of ewe lambs. First goes congratulations, Richard Livestock. Second is exhibited by Club Lambs KRE Livestock. And third goes to Lauren Richards. Again, grand champion ewe up now. Second call for our Suffolks. Second call for Suffolks.
Good Hampshire show, good quality females out here, and sheep that exhibitors should be proud of what you brought to the ring today. I think it's a matter of opinion again, and I'm the guy that's doing that. But there's a couple I like in how they're built and made and put together, and yet still exhibit nice breed quality along. Character and quality along with it. I want them to be up fronted, as big a hipped as we can get them, level in their top line, good on their feet and legs, wide based at the bottom, as long bodied and as pretty and tall at the point of the shoulder as we can make one as well. And I think one that the two I like, the one that I think comes the closest of the group out here. I really like this late ewe lamb. She's going to be your champion. We're going to follow her up with the winter ewe, or fall ewe, I think is what she is, up here on this end. She's going to be your reserve champion. Let's congratulate those exhibitors. Good job. Good job. Congratulations. Good job. Good job.
Come on, Pockets.
And congratulations, your grand champion ewe, exhibited by Club Lambs KRE, and coming out of the spring class. And your reserve grand champion ewe for our Hampshires is Richards Livestock with the fall. Second call for our Suffolks, please. Second call for Suffolks. We are headed into the Hamp group classes at this point. We had single entries in our group classes, so we are going to say congratulations to Richard Livestock with the mixed pair, Richard's Livestock with the young flock, Richard's Livestock with pen of 4, and Richard's Livestock with the breeder's flock. Final call for our Suffolks as we very quickly wrapped up that Hamp show faster than we thought. So Suffolks, if you could make your way towards the ring. And this will be first call for Dorsets. And don't forget, make sure you head over with Legacy and get those photos taken at the backdrop. And welcome back to our show ring as we start our Suffolk show. This will be your fall ram lamb single entry.
Nice example of this frame Suffolk sheep out here. Really, really cool in terms of breed type and kind. A lamb that even though he's got wool on him, he's impressive down that top line and pretty straight. He's actually got quite a bit more width than probably what you think he does in terms of just width of loin and shape down that top. Nice kind of representative in the Suffolk deal that could handle some competition. Let's give him a round of applause.
Congratulations to Tom Burke from Smithville, Missouri. Winter Ram Lamb will be coming in the ring next for our Suffolks.
Another super extended buck lamb in the Suffolk division now out here. Very long in his lines, handles with a lot of length from that left rib back. Just a nice, complete kind of a buck here in this winter class. Let's give him a round of applause.
And congratulations in that winter ram class. It went to Tom Burke of Smithville, Missouri. Your pair of rams, first and second to Tom Burke. We're making the selection now of your champion, Suffolk Ram.
Two extended bucks, good quality in terms of breed type, and I think the biggest difference is when you get your hands on him. The fall buck has just got a lot more mass to him. He's a little stouter all the way down to the ground as well. Got some more width and dimension, particularly where he's really good is out through that rump and hip. His pin set is leveler. His pin set is wider than the younger buck lamb there. He's going to be your champion, and the winter buck lamb is going to be your reserve. Good set of bucks. Let's give him a round of applause.
And congratulations to Tom Burke, your grand champion and reserve champion, Suffolk Rams. Moving on will be our yearling ewe. Second call for our Dorsets, please. Second call, Dorsets.
We're going to leave them how they are. Our first place winner is going to be on my right here. Just a big, powerful, stout Suffolk ewe. Not a lot of bad things you can say about her. She kind of checks the boxes as a Suffolk female goes. She's strong in her top line. She's got some width down that top, very wide and level out through that rump and hip, and gets around out here really correct on her feet and legs. She's extremely pretty as well when you get her in the side. She really beats the other female in terms of just her balance and look from the side from this view standpoint. The ewe that's in second, super long-bodied one as well. Just not as much power to her. You get up over the top of her and handle her. She just doesn't have the width and dimension down that top line. You back off of her. I certainly would like to give her some more rear flank in relation to where her chest floor is to make her balance better. But good quality set, a really super good one, I think, to win this class. Let's give him a round of applause.
And congratulations, first and second in our yearling ewes will go to Tom Burke. That'll include the pairs as well. We'll have a single entry coming in for the fall ewe lamb class. Yes. This will be final call for Dorsets. Final call, Dorsets.
Single entry, but another nice entry that got some quality to her. Not one that is wanting quite to cooperate today. I like her handle. She's got some width and dimension down that top. Still looks like a good Suffolk female from the side. I guess with the way she's acting out here, it's hard to get a good look at her at the side and just see how good a balance. Now she's getting better. I think we look at her in relation to some others. You know, we'd like to make her just a little bit taller at the point of her shoulder. I'd like to make her just a little bit better off those back two in relation to just being perfectly square. But a nice, good ewe as well that can handle some competition as a single entry. Let's give them a round of applause on this class.
And congratulations to your fall ewe lamb class to Tom Burke from Smithfield, Missouri. Winter ewe lamb will have a single entry.
Another younger ewe here that's good in that top line, very correct and straight and level down that spine. Certainly like that about her. Get your hands on her, you're kind of impressed for as extended and as feminine and neat as she is. She's got some power to her as well as a young ewe lamb. Another nice ewe here to go as a single entry that could handle some competition. Let's give them a round of applause for this female as well.
And congratulations again to Tom Burke with his Smithville, Missouri, with his winner ewe lamb and the pairs. Let's bring all those ladies back in for a selection of your grand champion ewe.
Nice set of Suffolks that this exhibitor has brought, good quality that can handle a lot of competition, even though there's single entries here. I guess for me, it's an opinion of what I like. I want them pretty straight in their lines. I want them good-footed. I want them to have some width and dimension to them when we get up over the top of them as well, and yet still look like a female enough up through that front end and be elegant. Good breed type on them as well. I think the ewe that does the most for me in terms of a Suffolk female is this yearling. She's a very nice ewe, I think, and just hard to find a lot of holes in her. And then we go from there. I guess we compare the second place yearling, and I want to gravitate towards this ewe lamb in the winter class. I think she's the one that probably mostly resembles our yearling ewe in terms of handle and how she's got some width and dimension down that top line. Still immature and young and green, and I think her future looks good in terms of being a nice yearling ewe that will be similar to this ewe that's here on the end. That's going to be your champion, and that one's going to be your reserve. Let's give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, Tom, for both your grand and reserve champion ewes with the yearling and the winter, and of course your placings as well in our Suffolk groups. And just a reminder to folks as they're maybe wandering through the sheep barn, we of course encourage you to come on over to ringside and watch the sheep show, but you want to be in the 5 Points Bank Arena tonight at 5 o'clock for the sheep shearing contest. This is the second year here at the Nebraska State Fair, and the unique thing is now the folks that are competing are working towards earning their world points. So it's a big deal. They want the points to represent Team USA on the world platform. We've got some of the top shearers and some of the top wool handlers that are going to be competing this evening starting at 5 o'clock. And no, Megan, I'm not part of that top two. Maybe I'm number 3. We'll find out tonight. But come check it out. Sheep shearing contest tonight at 5 o'clock here at the Nebraska State Fair. Momentarily, we'll be getting underway with our Dorset show.
single entry in this yearling class. I like the masculinity of this guy, just really a stud buck in terms of just having a lot of width and dimension and muscle. Carries that from shoulder all the way back to a nice wide hip. He's really wide base down at the ground. Just a good kind of buck to win this class and can handle some competition. Let's give him a round of applause for a good job.
Congratulations in our Dorsets for the yearling ram, Richards Livestock out of Geneva, Nebraska. There'll be a single entry coming in for the winter ram lamb class. I stand corrected. We do have an addition, so there will be 2 in the winter class.
We're going to leave them like they are. I think it's a close pair. There's some give and take in this group. Like the extra extension that this buck here on my right has up through that front 1/3, especially when we get him on the move. He's more extended and up about his front 1/3 than the buck that we have there. Second, he's a little stouter down at the ground. He's a little bit square, maybe out through the rump and hip, but that's a close call there. That's why we're going to start with him. I would like to change him on his rear too. He gets a little soft on those pasterns or long on those pasterns, but a nice buck that has some good things. And then don't take anything away from this buck in second. He's one that's good built and good made. He's really good when he's stopped and set. I guess when we get him on the move is when I want to change him. He just kind of loses some of his luster when he's moving out here in the ring. Not quite as stout down at the ground. He's not quite as wide and square right in the center part of that loin as the buck that we have there in the first of the class. But there's some give and take in that group in terms of how you want to place them. Good class of bucks that have some quality. Let's give them a round of applause.
Entering the ring now will be our spring ram lambs. There are 2 in this class. The results of your winter ram lamb for the Dorsets. First will go to Owen Atwater from Knoxville, Iowa. Second will go to Gavin Bachman from Colorado.
two young bucks that are totally different in terms of maturity pattern and where they're at today. I'm going to go ahead and use the one that's most ready today in terms of just maturity, but yet still a buck that's put together pretty good. He's pretty neat in his lower third of his body. I like where his chest floor is in relation to his flank line. One that's up at the point of the shoulder. He's got a lot of width and dimension. Maybe you'd like to extend him from his last rib back just a little bit, and just give him a little more length in relation to that buck that we have there in second. But certainly a powerful, stout-made one that's wide at the ground and just kind of overpowers our good-looking buck that's there in second. Really an attractive, nicely balanced, up-fronted, young, immature kind of sheep here in second. He just needs more time. He isn't as stout in terms of foot size, but I certainly like how he's built. I like his extension up through the front end and his length of body from front to rear. He just needs more time to get there. He's just a young, immature buck right now that we just need to give him some time to get him some stoutness and get that masculinity to him that he'll get as he matures. Good class, though. Give those exhibitors a round of applause.
Yeah, just go ahead and stay in here. Bringing it now for our grand champion Dorsets. Congratulations to Lauren Richards from Geneva with Scooby 2.0 and Olivia Graves in second from El Dorado Springs, Missouri. Again, now our selection will be our grand champion Dorset.
Good set of Dorset bucks out here. Again, a matter of opinion on what you like and what you want to put your emphasis on. I still want them to be pretty up-fronted. I want that chest floor to be up in them. I want them to be as big a hipped as I can get them and have some stoutness and muscularity and be good on their feet and legs and still look like a man when they're out here in terms of bucks. I think the two that I like the best, that really stout-made in terms of muscularity and in terms of bone work down at the ground, and yet still balance up for me well. They're big and big in the center part of their body, got a lot of width and dimension. I'm going to use your buck lamb for your champion, and I'm going to use the yearling for reserve. Let's congratulate those people. Good job. Good job.
Congratulations to Lauren Richards from Geneva, Nebraska. She'll be your grand champion exhibitor with the Dorset Ram. Reserve champion goes to Richards Livestock from Geneva, Nebraska with the yearling. We're going to move on now to our ewes. This will be the yearling ewe class.
Nice class of use, some numbers to go through and evaluate and just see where you're at. Some things that you can't see from the outside is when you get your hands on them. You were starting with, I like some things about her. She's huge in terms of her center body and just width and dimension down that top line. Still yet you back off of her and she's plenty attractive enough. She's stout at the ground. I just think she combines things the best. Is she perfect in terms of where her flank is in relation to her chest floor? No. Does she really have that really expressive rack shape that some of them have? Not quite as much, but I think she combines things the best to win the class and is a nice U to start. And then we kind of get down here. This U, I like her look from the side a little bit better. I think she's maybe necessarily not quite a showgirl in terms of just having big shaggy legs as some of them do out here. You get your hands on her, though, when she's all there. She progressively gets wider from the point of that shoulder back to that rump and hip. And I like that about her. I like her condition and where she's at today, and that's why she's sitting here in the second. Nice U here in third. I'd like to trim her up a little bit and take some of that condition off. Of the three, she's probably the one that's the shortest from that last rib back and the shortest from flank to flank. But she is wide. She is stout. She's got some good things from that standpoint. I think she's up fronted enough. I think she would balance better if she was just a little bit trimmer than what she is today. But another nice U here in third. And then the U that we have here in fourth, super long-bodied, long-patterned kind of U, just doesn't balance up quite as well because she's just not as deep and big in terms of her rib shape and deep in terms of her flank as some of the others up here. But she does have some squareness and shape. Carries that all the way back to that rump and hip. A nice U from that standpoint. The next U in class, really attractive. Love her from that standpoint. Get up over the top of her compared to some of the others. Just not as much sheep there in terms of just body and width. And that's why she's sitting down here in fifth hole in this class. Give them a round of applause for a nice job in that group.
Next will be our pair of yearling ewes for our Dorsets. Here's your results of your yearling ewe class. First, we'll go to Owen Atwater from Knoxville, Iowa. Second, exhibited by Richards Livestock of Geneva. Third, exhibited by Booz Livestock of Shelton, Nebraska. Fourth is to Olivia Graves from El Dorado Springs, Missouri. Fifth also will go to Olivia Graves. And sixth to Owen Atwater. Next class to come in will be our winter ewe lambs. Winter ewe lambs, here's your results of your pair of yearling ewes. First, we'll go to Owen Atwater from Knoxville, Iowa. Second, exhibited by Olivia Graves from El Dorado Springs, Missouri. Again, winter ewe lambs is next.
I like this ewe lamb we start the class with. Really good in terms of how she's built in her body. Good round rib cage on her. You get your hands on her. She's big and square in her top and carries that all the way back and gets wider at the top of that hip. Certainly like that about her. If we want to be critical of her, yeah, we could make her maybe just a touch stouter at the ground, but I think she balances up good, has the proper width and dimension and rib shape, especially at this age. I think she's only going to get better and better as she grows up. Next one in class, an extended, up-fronted, tall-shouldered kind of a ewe here, where she gets beat by the one in first, I think, is just in structural correctness. She's a little rounder and shorter out through her rump and hip. She's not quite as neat in the lower third of her body, and just gets a little bit plainer looking out here compared to that class winner. Not that she's a plain looking sheep, she's just not quite as electric as that ewe that starts the class in terms of her look out here, but a ewe that's got some width and dimension and muscularity, center body that we like. A ewe that we have in third, really immature in her body. Her flank to chest ratio, I really want to change that in terms of her balance. We just need to bring her along. A lot of that's a maturity thing. I think she's square built. I think she's square made down at the ground. To me, she just doesn't give me that good look because she's a little more tucked and immature in her flank in relation to where that chest floor is. A nice ewe to go here in third that we just need to change there. And then the ewe, a little harder to see through wool here. Super long pattern, long bodied kind of a ewe. I don't think she's quite as correct out through that rump and hip as the ewes above her. I don't think she's got quite the width and dimension out of that rump and hip as the ewes above her. But she is extended. She's got some framework to her. She's tall at the point of the shoulder. Good kind of ewe from that standpoint. Really good class of Dorset ewe lambs. Let's give them a round of applause in that group.
We'll be bringing him in now for your selection of your grand champion, Dorset. Second call for our Dorset Advantage. Second call, Dorset Advantage. Here's your winter ewe lamb class results. First, we'll go to Gavin Beckman from Johnstown, Colorado. Second, Olivia Graves from El Dorado Springs, Missouri. Third, also will go to Olivia Graves. Fourth, exhibited by Jaylee Kramer from Hastings, Nebraska. Fifth goes to Olivia Graves. Sixth, exhibited by Jaylee Kramer. And your seventh place is to Carolyn Strunk from Newton, Kansas.
I like our class winners out here. Not that I don't like the second places. I think they're good too. But the ones I like the most are closest to me, obviously. I think these ewes are kind of similar in the type of sheep that they are. Both sheep are pretty good in terms of their lines and how they're built. Get up over the top of them. They're really round and big in the rib cage. They've got good top line. I think the ewe lamb maybe has an advantage in terms of just handle. Being big and square and more athletically built, I guess, and if you a way to put it, down that top line right into that rack and square and the square shape of that loin edge. I think she's maybe not as big at the ground as the yearling. Yearling is really a stout female that's big all the way down to the ground. She's wide base. She's big in her body. She's level in her lines. She's a nice ewe from that standpoint, and just got a lot of power to her as a female. I think it's hard for me to really choose a young green one that's similar over one that's already there. I'm going to use your yearling for champion. Your ewe lamb's going to be reserve. Both really nice sheep. Let's give them a round of applause. Good job. Good job.
You did all right.
Good job.
Thank
Good
you.
job.
Congratulations, your grand champion, Dorset, exhibited by Owen. And your reserve is by Olivia. We're going to leave the standings because there's single entries coming out of those groups. So congratulations. We'll go to Olivia Graves with the mixed pair, young flock, Pinafore, and the breeder's flock. A final call now for our Dorset Advantage. This is final call, Dorset Advantage. And the ring now is our start of our Dorset Advantage show. This is going to be your fall Ram Lambs.
Two nice bucks here in this first Dorset Advantage class. I'm going to go with the one that I just like him out his rear third of his body, just a little bit better than the one that's in second. He's big and square right up over that tail head. He's still very elegant. I know he's young and immature and not as mature in his body today as the buck that we have here in second, but I think from a design standpoint and just where he's at in terms of width and dimension, he's the one that I'm going to hook my wagon to today to start this class. Buck that's in second, big body buck, super long from that last rib back and super long pattern. I really like him from the hip forward extremely well. I think he handles good and has a big top to him. I just want to make him square and bigger and bolder out through that rump and tail head compared to the buck that starts the class. Good class of Dorset Advantage bucks. Let's give him a round of applause for a nice set.
And congratulations in your fall ram. First we'll go to Darcy Peterson from Bolus, Nebraska. Second is to Owen Atwater from Knoxville, Iowa. There'll be 2 entries coming in as well for our winter ram lamb class.
We're going to start with the difficult one in this class, a sheep that he's not real happy about being there. But when we do get a look of him, he's the one that's better in his lines. He's neater up through his front 1/3. He's got enough to him for me, along with that structural correctness to use him. He isn't as big at the top of the hip as the sheep that's in second, but he certainly is neater and cooler and more refined up through that front end. Just a nice kind of a sheep that's got a good pattern out here to start the class. The buck that we have in second, I like his power and muscularity. I like his length of body. I like his handle and touch. I just want to change him a little bit. He gets a little piecier. He's a little bolder up through that front end, particularly in his shoulder and his breastbone. He's a little bit rounder out through the rump and hip. He's huge in terms of width of hip and rump. I just want to make him a little square. I want to tighten his front end up and make him a little neater up through that front 1/3. Good class, though. Give him a round of applause.
Here's your results out of your winter Ram Lamb class. First, we'll go to Owen Atwater from Knoxville, Iowa. Second is to Liam Paper from Pender, Nebraska. First in the pairs goes to Owen. Now making the selection of your grand champion, Dorset Advantage. And want to let folks know this is a new breed addition this year, the Dorset Advantage to the Nebraska State Fair.
Well, it looks like the piebald colored sheep are going to dominate this buck deal, and they're bucks that have, not only are they pretty in terms of their color and markings, but they're nice sheep in terms of how they're built structurally. They're both up fronted. They're both clean made. I think it's just a matter of where are we today in terms of condition and maturity. I think it's very close for your champion reserve between these two class winners. I'm going to give the lead or the nod over here towards the older buck. I think he's just a little bit better in the rear third, right at the top of that rump and hip, than the buck that wins that lamb class or the earlier class. Later class. So we're going to go champion right here. We're going to go reserve right here. Let's give him a round of applause for a nice set of Dorset Advantage bucks.
And congratulations, your grand champion ram, exhibited by Darcy Peterson, coming out of the fall class. Your reserve comes out of the winter class, Owen Atwater. We're moving on now to our Dorset Advantage U's. This will be a yearling U class with 2 entries.
We're going to place this class as they led in. I think it's pretty easy to use this U that's spotted up over the black U. just really elegant made, really up-fronted ewe that's good in her lines. Just a nice kind of a sheep that's very complete in how she's built. And get her on the move. She's very attractive, holds herself together. Nice ewe to win the class. Ewe in second, not taking anything away from her. Not quite as neat out through her rear third of her body. She pinches a little bit more, gets a little shorter out through that rump and hip. Maybe gets a little softer on those rear two pasterns. But still, both of them, in terms of body shape and how they're built and balance from the side, really like both of them. Let's give them a round of applause for a nice set of yearlings.
And congratulations, your yearling ewe, first and second, exhibited by Owen Atwater from Knoxville, Iowa. Owen also will have the pair of yearlings. Continuing on, this will be fall ewe lambs, please. Fall ewe lambs. There'll be 2 entering this one. Sorry, Patty, I have to do this. Entering the ring right now, folks, this is the longest running exhibitor that we have. She told me last night she started showing at the ripe young age of 8 years old, and she continues to do it today. So, Patty, thanks for being our icon exhibitor. I would call you a diva, but that fits more your husband's area than yours.
And as they line up, we're going to keep them as they line up. We're going to start with the ewe on my right in this class. An elegant made ewe that's got a lot of power as a female. Really neat up through that front 1/3 with all that power. I guess you could say you might want to make her just a little bigger at the ground in terms of foot size. But a ewe that's put together very good structurally, balances up well, got some muscularity, got some width as a female. I think she's just a good combo of a sheep to win the class. The ewe in second, a really nice looking ewe that balances up quite well. Some of that's due to her condition. She's carrying some chubs today and has been doing well in terms of the feed bucket. Get my hands on her. She's not as big and square, particularly in the rear third of her body and up over that rump and hip area. But one that balances up, is a nice female that looks appropriate from the side. Good class. Let's give them a round of applause.
And congratulations in your fall ewe lamb class. First will go to Patty Wilson from Hazard, Nebraska. Second is to Owen Atwater from Knoxville, Iowa. Winter ewe lambs are coming out next. There'll be 7 in the winter ewe lambs. This will be first call for our South Downs as well. First call, South Downs. Booze Livestock. Booze Livestock, we're waiting for you for the winter ewe lamb class. Booze Livestock, if you are a scratch, just come please let us know. Thank you. Oh, they're coming.
Really good class, a lot of quality here, especially on this top end. The ewe that I'm starting with just hits me the hardest in terms of we get her out here and we set her up. She balances great. She's good in her top line. She handles really good and is plenty wide and down that top and carries that all the way through to the top of her hip. She's good on her feet and legs. We put her on the move, and she holds together so well and just looks the same when she's on the move, and I like that about her. I think she's a little bit better in her body compared to the ewe that's in second in terms of dropping that flank down and just having a little bit more balance when we view her from the side. The ewe that's in second, certainly like her as well, really up-fronted, really neat made, very similar to our class winner, maybe not quite as wide in the rear third of her skeleton as the ewe that wins the class, but I think that's a really close pair, and I couldn't get them apart because I really like the ewe that's in third as well. She's just totally different. She's one that I love how her skeleton is made in terms of just being up in her chest floor and deep in her flank, and then you get up over the top of her and she gets wider as she goes back. Not as much sheep there, not as far along in terms of size as the two above her. I could definitely see somebody starting her if you wanted to. In fact, probably most Club Limb guys would. But I think she's one that is ultra good in her own right. She's just a little different sheep than those two that win the class. Super powerful, big top, really good feet and legs, really got a lot of width and dimension. Just not as big as sheep. She's not going to ever be as big as sheep, I don't think, as those two that win the class. Next ewe in class, blue ewe that certainly good looking from the side. Get up over the top of her. She just flattens out a little bit in terms of her body shape. Just need to blow her apart, make her a little shallower in the chest floor, make her a little neater made to put her on up. But she is one that's pretty good in terms of being tall to point of the shoulder and having a nice balanced look from the side. I just want to blow her apart and get a little more sheep there. Good class on down the line, some good quality, just some pieces maybe not there that we would like to see compared to some of the others. I think this is a tough class to get at the top end on. Give those young people a round of applause in that group.
Our next class to come in our Dorset Advantage will be your spring ewe lambs. Here's the results of the winter ewe lamb class. First, congratulations to Gavin Bachman from Johnstown, Colorado. Second is to Booz Livestock from Shelton, Nebraska. Third will also go to Booz Livestock. Fourth, exhibited by Owen Atwater from Knoxville, Iowa. Fifth is to Darcy Peterson from Bolus, Nebraska. Sixth is to Colby Carmen from Shelton, Nebraska. And seventh to Colton Carmen from Shelton, Nebraska.
Nice class here. I'm going to give the nod to this ewe that's just put together a little bit better today. One that's big and fresh in terms of how she handles. She balances up good enough. I'd like to raise that tail head and make her a little square, but she's got the width and dimension she needs. She's got the width all the way down to the ground in terms of where she sets her feet and legs. She's up fronted enough. She just kind of overpowers the other two in terms of just being a sheep that's got plenty to her and where she's at in her maturity today. The ewe that we have here here in second. Super long-bodied, up-fronted. I think she's a little bit better at her rump and hip. Still really green and has a lot of time to come and get more mature. I like her structure and how she's put together. Just want to see her farther along in her maturity. But she is a little bit leveler and wider out through her rump and hip than this ewe that we have in third. I think that's where she has an advantage. Those two sheep are probably really similar from the hip forward, though, in terms of being elegant and neat and cool in terms of chest floor and being tall at the point of the shoulder and where their neck attachment is. Just a little bit of difference there in terms of structure out through the rear part of their skeleton. Good class, though. Give them a round of applause.
It is time now for our champion Dorsets. Final call for our South Downs, please. Final call for South Downs. Congratulations in your spring ewe lamb. First will go to Lauren Richards from Geneva, Nebraska. Second is to Jaylee Kramer from Hastings. Jaylee will also have third out of that spring ewe lamb class. Pair of ewe lambs went to Owen Atwater from Knoxville, Iowa.
I was looking forward to getting this set of class winners out here. I liked some of these sheep extremely well. I think there's good in every one of them in terms of how they're built and being a female and then still having some power to go with that. This is a crossbred breed basically of a blackface and Dorset mix, and we want to have traits from both sides of that pedigree representing well. Still, it doesn't matter. We still want good sheep. They need to be good fronted. They need to be neat in their lines and balanced up quite well. For me, they got to be big hipped and level out through that rump and hip and good on the feet and legs. I care about structure quite a bit along with that power. I think there's one out here that combines everything the best for me and I think is a really powerful female that's still very elegant in the way that she looks. And then I think there's one that follows her that maybe isn't quite as stout at the ground, but still has the same body shape, has the same look when we view her from the side, still up fronted, still really level, still keeps herself together when you get them out on the move. Your champion's going to be your yearling spotted up ewe. Reserve's going to come out of this winter class the young man has in front of me. Congratulations. Very good set of females exhibitors.
Congratulations, your grand champion was exhibited by Owen Atwater in the yearling class. The reserve grand champion U is to Gavin Bachman from the winter class. That wraps up our Dorset Advantage. The first year we've had Dorset Advantage here at the Nebraska State Fair. Really appreciate that. Moving on now to our Dorset Advantage pairs. A mixed pair, 1 ram lamb, 1 ewe lamb, please. Darcy, are you bringing in a mixed pair? Darcy Peterson, we're looking for your mixed pair, please. And they're not bringing them back in for the other ones, right?
The young flock.
Okay.
The breeders.
And wrapping up our Dorset Advantage, congratulations in the mixed pair. Darcy Peterson from Bolus, Nebraska. Second will go to Owen Atwater from Knoxville, Iowa. Owen then will also take first in the young flock, pen of 4 lambs, and the breeders flock. Again, that wraps up our Dorset Advantage. First time we've had Dorset Advantage here at the Nebraska State Fair. So thank you very much for all those exhibitors who brought the sheep for that. As we continue on this morning, we're now kicking it into our South Downs. Our first class will be Yearling Rams. Yearling Rams to kick off our South Downs show here at the Nebraska State Fair.
Well, the thing to decide is what type of sheep do you want to start with, and because you got two bucks that are kind of more muscle sheep that are round-bodied and maybe need some structure things taken care of, and then you got a really good structured buck that's long and level in its top line, that's got some width down that top. I'd just like to see a little more outside stifle to make him balance up, just a tick better in relation to those others. But I'm going to go ahead and go with the sheep that's the structure sheep for me. Really up fronted, really leveled in and good in his lines. I'd like to see more power as a buck goes, but one that in terms of structure and how he's built, I think he's going to can go on and make those lambs that are really good and have good structural integrity and good feet and legs and still up fronted and have some balance to them. We just need to add a shot of power to him, in my mind, compared to some of these others. The buck in the middle that we're going second with, I like his width. I like his roundness of body. I like where his chest floor is. I like his thickness. I want to change his top line. He gets really, piecey in how he handles down that top from front to rear. He's a little more up in his spine. He's super long-bodied. He's really heavy-muscled. I like those things about him. I just want to change him from a structure standpoint in relation to our class winner. But I think that's pick your poison there on what you want to start with. And then we round out the class with probably the buck that's the least mature of any of them. Really mature in terms of his body. He's super round in terms of how he's made and big and wide in the center part of his body. Got some squareness and shape and muscularity to him. I just want to make him balance up a little bit better. He gets a little more tucked in his flank and deep in his chest floor in relation to the others when we view him from this side. Good class, though, of South Down bucks to start the show with. Give him a round of applause.
And congratulations, your yearling ram winner is going to be Patty Wilson from Hazard, Nebraska. Second and third goes to Keaton Christie from Ninaka, and I apologize if I just pronounced your town wrong, Oklahoma. Fall ram lambs, please. Fall ram lambs, there should be 3 in this class.
The big buck is going to win this class. Good in his lines, balances up good. Would like to trim him up a little bit. He is a little chubby, but still one that's long and neat and cool up through that front end. I like his type as well. Nice kind of south down buck. I think that just overpowers the rest of the class. I think it's close between these two that are in second and third. I give him a nod to the one that I just like his body and how he's built just a little bit better. He's shallower in his chest floor. He's a little bit rounder in his rib cage and not quite as deep up through that front end. I like his leanness and his muscularity that he has down that top line. I'll give a nod to the sheep that's in third in terms of just being tall fronted and attractive up through that part of him. But I want to make him a little bit wider or blow his body apart. I think he is a little bit squarer out through the rump and hip, but I don't think he has as much power in terms of just body and being pulled apart like he ought to be. I think that's a close pair, and I wouldn't argue with anybody if you wanted to do it different. But a good class of South Down Bucks. Let's give them a round of applause.
And congratulations in your fall Ram Lamb class. First, we'll go to Gilmore South Downs from Lincoln, Nebraska. Second to Christy Keaton from Oklahoma. And third is to Booz Livestock from Shelton, Nebraska. Our Winter Ram Lambs are our next class.
close for the camera. I think these are two nice bucks to win this class, and there's some little things that you can attach yourself to and use either one. I think the one I'm starting with, I think he's a little more elegant fronted. I think when we get him on the move, he puts himself or keeps himself together a little bit better. I like his shape down his top line. I don't think he's quite as massive and as big when we get to the rear part of that skeleton in terms of just total muscle and stifle and that from that standpoint. But I also think he's probably a younger buck, not quite as far as long in terms of his maturity. Certainly like him up through that front 1/3. Very elegant, very neat made. I think when he gets on the move is when I really kind of hitch my wagon to him and put him up here at the top of the class. Love the thickness, love the round body, love the heaviness of structure of this buck that's here in second. Because of that heaviness of structure, he's not quite as elegant up through that front 1/3 as the sheep that wins the class. Is he good enough? Yeah, I think he's plenty good enough in terms of how he's built. Just a really thick sheep. He's got a little bit more length of body from flank to flank when we view him from the side. Got a little bit more power. Maybe not quite as neat up through that front 1/3. Maybe not quite as neat when we get him out here on the move. I think that's a close pair, and I think those are two quality bucks to win the class. Really super long-bodied buck here in third. I like some things about him. I'd like to sit his shoulder attachment and his neck attachment a little bit higher in terms of where he connects that neck to the front end of that shoulder. When we get him on the move, he wants to get just a little bit straighter out his rear too and not be as comfortable as the two bucks ahead of him. But he is good-bodied. He is super long hind saddled. He's got some width and dimension to him. A nice kind of a buck that has some good pieces to him. I think he just lands here just because of the two really, really nice bucks that win the class. The next buck in class, super long-bodied buck that just needs to put himself together. He gets a little high in his spine. He just kind of falls apart in terms of just holding his structure together out here in the ring. I like his elevation. I like his grow. I like his feet and legs and where he sets them. Just want to change him structurally. And then we round out the class with a buck that's quite a bit more immature than the rest of them in the class. Just kind of gets overpowered in terms of just not enough sheep there to move on up. Good class of bucks, though. Let's give them all a round of applause for a quality set of Southdowns.
Here's the results of your winter Ram Lamb class for our Southdowns. First, we'll go to Gilmore Southdowns from Lincoln, Nebraska. Second, exhibited by Richards Livestock from Geneva. Third, we'll go to Gilmore Southdowns. Fourth is Patty Wilson from Hazard, Nebraska. Fifth, exhibited by Liam Paper from Pender, Nebraska. Entering the ring now will be our spring Ram Lambs.
We're going to place these just like they are in line, 1, 2, 3. Top of this class, two really high-quality bucks that both of them are nice made and good built, and feet and legs are where they're supposed to be. There's some minor differences in them. The buck I'm starting with, I don't think he's quite as good in his chest floor and his breastbone as the sheep that's in second, but I think he's better in his top line. I think he's kind of square and ties together better as you go from that hip loin to that hip junction. He's bigger and squarer there, and so it's kind of give and take there because I do think the one that's in second is really better in that lower 1/3 in terms of how he's designed. He's neater in that chest floor and in that breastplate compared to the sheep that starts at class. I just like to make him tie just a little bit better, be square, and then tie it better in that hip loin junction. We do that, and we might be talking about changing that placing, but I think that's an extremely close placing. I like the smoothness of the class winner there. And then the buck that we round out the class, super long-bodied, super up-fronted, just needs more power, just needs more width and dimension compared to the two up above him. He's just a little bit flatter made, or maybe he's just later in his maturity today compared to the two above him, but a nice buck that's really good designed and built well. Let's give him a round of applause for a good job in that class.
And congratulations in your spring Ram Lamb class for the South Downs. First goes to Gilmore South Downs of Lincoln, Nebraska. Second is to Christy Keaton from Oklahoma. And third goes to Patty Wilson from Hazard, Nebraska. Just a quick reminder, they are going to be cleaning, as you can hear and see, they're cleaning up from the Boar Goat Show. They ask that nothing be in the aisles, sheep exhibitors, from the show ring to the wash rack. So if you have anything from the show ring to the wash racks in the aisles, please get it moved immediately so they can finish cleaning out those pens for the incoming FFA members. Your results are your pair of Ram Lambs. First will go to Gilmore South Downs of Lincoln, Nebraska. Second is to Christy Keaton from Oklahoma. Third is to Patty Wilson from Hazard, Nebraska. Making now your selection will be your grand champion, South Down Ram.
good set of South Downs, a very deep set, probably as far as a breed goes, for sure the deepest set of bucks that we've seen today, and good quality throughout. Even some of them that aren't out here in the top two are nice sheep for sure, and certainly appreciate the breeders for bringing them out. One guy's opinion today on what he likes. I think there's two that I can certainly go with that I like how they balance, even though they're kind of different in the way that they're made. I think they're both good sheep in their own right, and they offer good things for this breed. I'm going to use the two out of this class for your champion reserve. Let's give them a round of applause.
And congratulations, your grand champion ram exhibited by Gilmore South Downs, and your reserve is to Richards Livestock, both coming out of the winter class. We continue on with our South Downs this morning. This will be our yearling ewes South Downs.
there's a lot of differences in this group, and depending on what you want to look at and emphasize is whatever you're going to do to this class. And what I'm looking for the ones that are up fronted, structurally correct, and still have some big ends to them in terms of width of hip and rump, and to go along with an attractive front. This ewe that we're starting with, I think she's very complete in the way that she's built. I'd love to see her with a little more leg wool than what she does. She would look more attractive as a showgirl goes, but I think she's up fronted. You get your hands on her. She's wide as she goes back. She's level up through that rump and hip. She's very complete. And from just how she's built skeletally, I think she deserves to be up here. Does she need to be bigger footed? I think she could be bigger footed. I think she could have more wool on her legs. For sure, but I like her completeness and how she's put together. There's times I really like the second ewe, maybe to go first in the class. She's a little different. She's really round-bodied. She's really wide and big in the center part of her body. She is stouter at the ground. Maybe we would like to, I don't know, maybe we would like to change her just a little bit in terms of her leg color some, but I like how she's built. I like the width that she has. She is the biggest hipped ewe in the class in terms of just total width and dimension. Would like to extend her up through that front end. There's times out here she gets to be a little bit shorter fronted and not quite as extended. That's where I give the nod to the ewe that wins the class. And then we got three ewes that are kind of similar. They're long-bodied, attractive kind of ewes that don't have quite as much to them or just don't put it all together. This ewe that's in third, I like her balance. I like her structure in terms of just being elegant and neat made and very much a female. I just want to blow her apart in terms of just width and dimension and body compared to the two above her. She is a totally different sheep than the two that are above her, and so if she's the kind you like, I can see you moving her on up in the class. But I like her skeleton and how she's put together next best, and think she's put together well. This next ewe in the class, really big, opened up, big-bodied ewe, but we get in over the top of her and get in behind her. Her rear third doesn't match her front two-thirds. She gets a little tucked in her flank. She's just not as big out through that rump and hip, and just doesn't balance quite as well for me when we view her from the side. But a big-bodied ewe that you certainly like some things about her. She's really good in terms of going all the way down to the ground and having big foot size and big and rugged. I just want to change her some ways structurally to put her up any higher. This next ewe, I think, is a little more elegant. I think she's a little neater in the way she attaches to the top of that shoulder with that neck. But we get in behind her, and she's one that she's made the wrong way. She needs to be bigger out through her rear third compared to her front end. We just need to blow her apart in terms of her rear third. She's good body. She's attractive to look at. Just want to change her from that standpoint when I get my hands on her. On down in the class, there's just some quality differences. There's some breed type differences down here. Good class, very deep, and a very tough class to put together out here in this yearling South Down lineup. Let's give them all a round of applause. A round of applause for a good set of sheep.
As we work on the pairs, here's the results of your yearling ewes. First, we'll go to Christy Keaton from Oklahoma. Second is exhibited by Richards Livestock from Geneva, Nebraska. Third goes to Patty Wilson from Hazard, Nebraska. Fourth, exhibited by Gilmore South Downs from Lincoln, Nebraska. Fifth goes to Gilmore South Downs. Sixth, exhibited by Patty Wilson. Seventh will go to Christy Keaton. Eighth, exhibited by Richards Livestock. And ninth will go to Booz Livestock from Shelton, Nebraska.
2, 3, 4.
We'll be bringing in our fall ewe lambs here, but here's your results of your pair of yearling ewes. First will go to Christy Keaton from Oklahoma. Second, exhibited by Gilmore South Downs from Lincoln. Third is to Richard Livestock from Geneva. And fourth to Patty Wilson from Hazard.
You are on the north side between the show arena and the walk track.
Guessing this fall class, I'm starting with you. I just like her and how she's built. She gets on the move. She doesn't fall apart. She keeps all fours where they're supposed to. Keeps the top line good. I think she's better on her feet and legs than anything in the class, and just balances up quite well. Would I like to see her just a little bit bigger hip? Yes, I would, but I think she combines things the best for me. Even though she is in a smaller package compared to some out here, I think she's put together pretty good. Next, you in Class Super, in terms of her top line, when we get her set, we get her on the move. She just kind of wants to get off on her back two just a little bit, and just I want to see her drop that top down and get her more relaxed in how she moves about. She is carrying a lot of condition today, and so kind of having to try to read through just where she's at. I think she is big-bodied, even with that added condition, and big in her center rib. I just don't find her quite as correct when we get her on the move as the class winner. And then the U, we round out the class. From the hip forward, I really like some things about her. She's square and big in her top line. She's up-fronted. When we get to that hip back, we just need to make her leveler a little wider. She gets just a little bit more pinched in that tail head. Has a little more immature look compared to the others in the class, particularly in that rear flank, to move her up higher in the class. But a good class in their own right. Let's give them a round of applause.
And congratulations in that fall ULAM class. First will go to Adeline Miller from Sumner, Nebraska. Second is to Gilmore South Downs of Lincoln, Nebraska. And third to Christy Keaton from Oklahoma. Our next group coming in will be our Winter ULAMs. Winter ULAMs, please.
tell you, I had these lined up a little differently throughout the class and combinations of different things, and depending on what you want to look at, what you want to emphasize, what's acceptable, what's not acceptable. I think we wound up with a ewe that I think she's really structurally correct and built good. She's really up and feminine. We get her balanced out here from the side. She's really super good on her feet and legs. I think she's got enough power to her when I get my hands on her. And I think she's just very complete. And yet I still like her breed type and that part of her extremely well. The ewe that I have in second, I like her body. I like her length and extension. I'd like to make her a little bit darker on her feet and legs, just in terms of her breed type. Give her a little bit more color up there on that nose. But I think for me today, she's acceptable enough. I like her length of body. I like the stoutness that she has down that top line. Just a nice kind of a ewe that's maybe not quite as wild up through that front 1/3 as the ewe that we start the class with. But those are two nice ewes. Next ewe, I love the body on this ewe, and from the hip forward, she's really super good. You can't take anything away from her in terms of how she is, in terms of breed type and how she's put together. My problem with her is when we get her on the move on her back too, she wants to roll those hocks out just a little bit, get up on her toes some, and I just want to change that whenever we move her around in the class. But a super big bodied ewe that's got some good pieces to her. The little cute thing down here in fourth, certainly like a lot of things about her, just need more sheep. I think she's as good as any in terms of how she's built, in terms of how she's put together, and from a width and width of body, width of center, and those kinds of things. Feet and legs are great. She's super wide. We just need more sheep there. I think there's too many good big ones to put above her in this class to put her on up in the class. And there were times I had her on up just because I liked some things about her extremely well. Next ewe in class, super extended ewe here that just doesn't balance up quite as well in terms of where her flank is in relation to her chest floor for me. And I think, from fourth up, that's where we have those ewes that are good bodied and built right. There's just some differences in terms of where they are structure-wise for me today. Really super good, deep class of South Downs. Let's give them all a round of applause.
Our next class to get ready to enter will be our spring ewe lambs. As we continue with the South Downs, here's your winter ewe lamb class results. First goes to Patty Wilson from Hazard, Nebraska. Second is to Gilmore South Downs from Lincoln, Nebraska. Third also to Gilmore South Downs. Fourth exhibited by Seth Worth from Hordeville, Nebraska. Fifth to Patty Wilson. Sixth is exhibited by Richards Livestock of Geneva, Nebraska. Seventh by Christy Keaton from Oklahoma. Eighth is to Colby Carmen from Shelton, Nebraska. Ninth exhibited by Liam Paper of Pender, Nebraska. And 10th also by Liam. Coming in now again is going to be our spring ewe lamb class.
Holy crap. All right. Not as many in this class, but man, the quality's good. I think this ewe that wins the class is really super good in terms of how she's built and put together. I like it when I get my hands on her. She gets wider as you go back. She's big at her pins at the top of that hip. Good on her feet and legs. If I want to be real critical of her, when we get her on the move, I'd like to see her just relax herself a little bit. Part of that's because she's being stubborn, but she's a super good one, I think. And not taking anything away from this one in second. She's super good from the side. Balances up really well. Not quite the power and squareness and shape in terms of width the body as the ewe that wins the class, but an elegant ewe that's very good up through the front end. She's good on her feet and legs. She's an awful good ewe as well. And then we got kind of the power ewe, the earlier maturing, farther along in terms of her maturity pattern ewe next. A really thick, big-bodied. I would say of these four, she's probably not going to get very big compared to the rest of them. But we need to change her design just a little bit. I need to make her more up-fronted, neater in her chest floor, lower in her flank, just to make her balance up a little bit better. No doubt she's got more power than anything in the class in terms of width and dimension. I just need to put her in a different package for me to move her on up. Then we ran out the class with probably the ewe that's the greenest of the bunch, and just maturity is her issue more than anything. She just needs more time and more days to get up here and compete with these ewes in the class. She's ultra green. Structurally, she's built very well. She's good on her feet and legs. She's good down her top line. Just very green and where she's at today, and we just need to keep her coming and to get to that maturity where the others are at. Good class of Southdown ewe lambs. Give them a round of applause.
Here's your results of your spring ewe lamb class. First goes to Gilmore South Downs of Lincoln, Nebraska. Second is a Double K South Downs from Lincoln. Third goes to Richards Livestock of Geneva, Nebraska. Fourth goes to Gilmore South Downs. Pair of ewe lambs. And this is first call for our baby dolls. First call, baby dolls. In your pair of ewe lambs, first we'll go to Gilmore South Downs from Lincoln, Nebraska. Second to Patty Wilson, Hazard, Nebraska. Third exhibited by Richards Livestock of Geneva, Nebraska. And fourth will go to Christy Keaton from Oklahoma. Bringing them in now will be your selection of your grand champion. Grand champion Southdown for the ewes.
Well, good set of females, good quality, and tough to sort through. And I'm sure as we went through these, somebody might have disagreed from time to time on a placing, and I don't think I would argue with you on some of those. That just it's a matter of opinion today and what you see and what you want to put emphasis on. For your champion, I think there's one that's really good, that's really complete, hardly any, just not any big holes in her. She's square, she's neat, she's cool fronted. You put her on the move, she looks good enough and puts her feet and legs where they're supposed to be. And I just think she's just a little bit better than the rest in terms of just where her body and skeleton is today. And then I think it gets really close for reserve, kind of different kinds of sheep. And I go back to what I put emphasis on. Power is something that if I want to make one thick, I can do that with one ram. It doesn't take long. If I want to make one good structured, it might take me 3 or 4 or 5 rams to get good structure. So when I evaluate females, that's kind of how I look at it. What's the easiest thing to do and fix? Power's the easiest thing to fix. So I'm going to put more emphasis on having one that's good structured and built good. And then if she needs a little more, I know where I can go get more. It's not hard to find muscle. So, and so that's where I'm going to cut that placing on our reserve. Our champion's going to be this young ewe lamb. I think she's ultra good. Our reserve's going to be right here in that next ewe lamb class. Let's give them a round of applause for a good job. Congratulations. Good job. You're my third. Nice job of showing, young lady. Nice shoot.
Congratulations, your grand champion, Southdown ewe, exhibited by Gilmore Southdowns. Your reserve goes to Patty Wilson. Second call for our baby dolls, please. Second call for baby dolls. Time for our Southdown groups. It'll be our mixed pair, 1 ram lamb, 1 ewe lamb. They're getting them set for young flock, which is 1 ram and 2 ewe lambs. 1 ram lamb, 2 ewe lambs. Your mixed pair first goes to Gilmore Southdowns, second exhibited by Richards Livestock, Third goes to Patty Wilson, and fourth to Christy Keaton. Next is a pen of 4 lambs.
Amanda, you guys don't have any? Not four. Okay, Richard. You guys are good. Go out, Richard.
No, but then we have a young flock. Then we have breeders.
We're doing pen of 4 right now.
Just look, they can stay, I'll just
You
look
just want to
at
keep them there?
Yeah.
What's the young flock?
There's just 3 of these though.
Yeah, then we have a
Rich,
breeders
the
flock.
Richard seed.
Okay, so
What's your young flock, please?
4, 1, 2, 3.
Young flock placings. First goes to Gilmore South Downs. Second exhibited by Richards Livestock. Third exhibited by Patty Wilson. And fourth to Christy Keaton. Now we're bringing them in for the breeder's flock. Breeder's flock is 1 ram, 2 yearling ewes, and 2 ewe lambs.
What's your pen of 4?
2, 1, 3.
Your pen of 4 lambs. First goes to Gilmore South Downs. Second exhibited by Christy Keaton. And third will go to Patty Wilson. Final call for our baby dolls. Final call for baby dolls. And our final class for our Southdowns in the Breeders' Flock. First goes to Gilmore Southdowns, second to Richards Livestock, third goes to Christy Keaton, and fourth is to Patty Wilson. We're going to take a momentary break, let the Southdowns head back. We'll be back here in just a few moments with our baby dolls. All right, welcome back once again as we continue with the open class sheep show here at the Nebraska State Fair. We're moving on to the baby doll South Downs. This is going to be first class is going to be a yearling ram single entry.
Good entry here. Get your hands on him. He's all there. He's got some width to him. He's good down that top line. Good feet and legs. Looks nice and balances up quite well out here in the ring. Let's give her a round of applause for a nice baby doll south down buck. Almost.
Congratulations to Ariana Meisner from Ransom, Illinois. Moving on with our fall rams, there'll be 2 in this class.
We're going to leave them as they stand. I think the little colored up buck is just a little bit better in his top line, a little stronger. He is smaller. He's not quite as far as long, in his maturity. But I think skeleton-wise, when you get your hands on him, I think he's put together just a little bit better, particularly right in behind that shoulder. And as you go back on him, I think he's appropriate in terms of his top line. I think he gets along out here a little bit better, maybe even on his rear too. I think this white buck kind of stabs his feet, stabs his back two in the ground just a little bit. He's not quite as good right in behind that top line, not quite as neat and exotic in that front end, I guess is a way to say it. We'd like to lengthen his neck out and make him just a little bit neater in terms of how that front end's built. Tighten that shoulder up some. I think those are 2 nice bucks, but I think there's some differences in the 2, and that's how we're going to put them together today. Good class. Let's give them a round of applause.
First and second in the fall ram class goes to Ariane Meiser of Ransom, Illinois. Our spring ram lamb class, there should be 4 entries.
We're going to leave them like they are right there, first, second, and third. It's a little tougher. We have one that's more fitted up than the other one, and so it's harder to really evaluate. Obviously, the one fitted up is going to look more balanced and whatnot. I think you get your hands on them and you get in under that wool and really handle. They handle pretty similar. I think the biggest difference between the two is when we get in behind them, watch them walk away. The widest of the two is the one I'm starting with, that's why we're going to start with him. I like the one that's in second. Obviously, I like the fit job, and he's balanced up quite well. We get him on the move. He just gets a little bit narrower where he sets his feet and legs down compared to the class winner. That's our main difference there. And then we have one that's really young and green here in third. He's just given up too much in terms of power and width and body to go up any higher. He's just a young one. His better days are ahead of him, and he's going to have to catch up to these two to get there. So good class. Let's give him a round of applause for a nice set of Baby Doll South Downs.
Just one pair in there? Is there a second? Huh?
2 pairs.
Okay, there's a second coming in yet. Here's the results on your spring Ram Lamb class. First, we'll go to Lindley Sporchendruber from Shickley, Nebraska. Second is to Ariane Missner from Ransom, Illinois. Third also goes to Lindley Sporchendruber. And fourth to Sarah Smith from Spalding, Nebraska. Bringing in now for our pair of Ram Lambs. And congratulations, pair of Ram Lambs. Ariane Meissner in first. Second is to Lindley Schwartzendruber. Now bringing in for your grand champion, Baby Doll South Down Ram.
For a champion out here, 3 nice entries out here. I think similarities in all 3 of them in structure and design as and I think that's going to be a common theme of a lot of these as we view them and evaluate them out here. I think there's one that just a little bit better in terms of just top line and having some width and then backing off and looking at them and balancing up really well. And then I think there's one that follows him closer to me in terms of being the same kind of sheep. Maybe just not quite as good right in behind that shoulder, but still got plenty of width and dimension. The middle class sheep here is going to be your champion. We're going to go reserve with the older one here on my right. So let's give him a round of applause for a good job.
And congratulations, Ariane Meisner from Ransom, Illinois, will be your Grand and Reserve Champion Ram in the Baby Doll South Downs. As we continue on this morning, now afternoon, since we're now after 12, it is going to be our yearling ewes, please. Yearling ewes.
I think starting out with the best built one of the group. She's good on her feet and legs. She's good down her top line. She's got plenty of width and power to her as a female. I think she just combines things the best. She balances up the best. Along with that, the ewe that we have here in second, that's where I'd like to make her a little better. I'd like to make her just balance up just a tick more. She's not quite as good right in behind that shoulder in the middle part of that spine, but she is the next biggest bodied one out here. She's the next straightest made one out through the rump and hip, and actually has some spread to that pin set. The next ewe in class, I like the front third of her really well. She's extended and neat made up there. I'd just like to see a little bit more as we get in behind her. She tends to pinch a little more out through that rump and tail head. She's not quite as stout made as the two above her, but she's one that's long. She's one that's relatively level. You appreciate that about her. I'd just like to see more sheep in the rear third of her body in relation to the front third. But a nice class of yearling South Down ewes. I think good quality at the top end. Let's give them a round of applause for a good job. We're going to start with the bigger of these two winter ewe lambs. Just got a little more to her. I think she's longer bodied. I think she's better on her feet and legs. I think she's a little better out through that rump than the ewe that we have there in second. Good class, though. Let's give them a round of applause. Nice job.
Next to come in will be our spring ewe lambs for our baby dolls. And this will be our first call for Shropshires. First call for Shropshires. Give you a rundown of our ULAM class so far. In your yearling U's, first went to Ariane Meisner from Ransom, Illinois. She also held second place. Third exhibited by Lindley Schwarzendruber from Shickley, Nebraska. Lindley also had fourth, and fifth went to Diane Bach from Erickson, Nebraska. In your pairs, first will go to Ariane Meisner from Ransom, Illinois. Second is to Lindley Schwarzendruber from Shickley, Nebraska. And in our winner ULAMs, first and second to Diana Bach from Erickson, Nebraska.
Nice you to start this class. Really good in her lines. Very strong down that top line. Get in behind her. I like the width that she has. I think she's just a little bit better right in behind that shoulder than the U that we have here in second. U in second's a big-bodied U that looks good from the side. She's got a little more width and body and following her all the way down to the ground than the U that we have there in third. U in third, a very attractive U that you certainly appreciate. get her in motion. I'd like to make her just a little bit wider at the ground whenever we have her walk away from us. I don't think she's quite as good right in behind that shoulder, but she's an attractive ewe that balances good out here, and certainly I think needs to be in that top 3. And then we have some ewes down here. These 2 ewes I like how they handle and the width and dimension to them. Not quite as good out through the rump and hip, what I can tell in through that wool as the 3 ewes above them, but certainly some ewes that are built good and have some nice pieces to them. Nice set of sheep all the way down. Let's give them a round of applause. Good job.
Diana, if you've got a pairs, we're waiting for your pairs. Here's your results of your spring ewe lambs. First exhibited by Ariane Meisner from Ransom, Illinois. Second is to Owen Atwater from Knoxville, Iowa. Third is by Ariane Meisner. Fourth is exhibited by Lindley Schwarzenduber from Shickley, Nebraska. Lindley also had fifth. Sixth goes to Diana Bach of Erickson, Nebraska. Seventh is also to Diana Bach. And eighth exhibited by Sarah Smith from Spalding, Nebraska. In the ring now will be our pair of ewe lambs. And this will be a second call for our Shropshires, please. Second call for Shropshires. Now to bring in for our champion on our Baby Doll South Downs. Champion ewe, please. In our pair of ewe lambs, first goes to Ariane Meisner from Ransom, Illinois. Second is to Lindley Schwarzenduber from Shickley, Nebraska. And third to Diana Bach from Erickson.
Well, it's probably no secret who's champion after doing that, but I think this ewe lamb is really nice. I think she's very complete. When I get my hands on her, she feels very straight in her lines. We get her out here and walk her around. She's super correct on her feet and legs. I think she's appropriate in terms of her balance. Looking at her from the side, she's going to be your champion baby doll. And then I think it gets very close between your bigger ewe and that second in that class. I think when we really get about and walk them and really evaluate them, I think if we follow them down to the ground as we should when we're looking at livestock, the one that sets her feet at the widest point and still keeps those hocks where they should be is the little ewe lamb that stood second in that class. She's going to be your reserve. Let's give them a round of applause for a nice set of baby dolls.
And congratulations, Darian Meisner, with the spring baby doll Southdown is your grand champion. Your reserve grand champion, will go to Owen Atwater, also out of that spring class. Now we've got mixed pairs, please. Mixed pairs of your baby doll Southdowns, one ram lamb and one ewe lamb. This is the final call for Shropshires, please. Final call for Shropshires. Now it's young flock, one ram, two ewe lambs. Your results are your mixed pair. First goes to Ariane Meisner. Second and third to Lindley Schwartzendruber, and fourth goes to Sarah Smith. Coming in next is a pen of 4 lambs. Here's your results of your young flock. First goes to Ariane Meisner from Ransom, Illinois. Second is to Lindley Schwarzendruber from Shickley, Nebraska. And the last class for our baby dolls today is going to be your breeder's flock. 1 ram, 2 yearling ewes, and 2 ewe lambs. In your pen of 4 lambs, first will go to Ariane Meisner from Ransom, Illinois. Second is to Lindley Schwarzendruber from Shickley, Nebraska. And third to Diana Bach from Erickson, Nebraska. And our breeder's flock first goes to Ariane Meisner and second to Lindley Schwarzendruber. Congratulations to all. Yay! We're cheering for you. Moving on now, we're going to be bringing in our Shropshires.
We don't have any Nebraska Shrops, do we?
One yearling buck, super extended Shropshire buck that has a long pattern to him. Feet and legs are pretty good. Just one that looks like he might have been with the ewes a little bit and working hard too. So anyway, nice Shrop buck that's extended and long, good in his lines. Let's give him a round of applause in that class.
Congratulations to Christy Keaton from Oklahoma. Fall Ram Lambs will have 2 in the class.
we're going to keep these lined up like they are. Biggest difference is just where they're at in their maturity. The buck that we're starting with, he's more at 12 o'clock in terms of his finish and condition. And he's a sheep that's got some squareness and shape down that top, extremely neat up through that front end and elevated. Nice kind of a sheep here that's a good kind of a shrop. The shrop that we have in second, super long pattern, extremely long-bodied and up in that front end. Really, really long-necked, and you appreciate that about him. I just want to see him farther along in terms of maturity and condition today to put him up any higher in the class. He gives a look of being maybe just a little finer featured down at the ground compared to our class winner, but super long-bodied, super neat fronted. Good class. Let's give him a round of applause.
Our winter Ram Lamb will have a single entry in your fall Ram Lamb class. Congratulations to Olivia Graves from El Dorado Springs, Missouri. And second goes to Christy Keaton from Ninkahau, Oklahoma.
Nice buck in this winter class, could handle some competition. Very big hipped and level out through that rump, and then combine that with one that's really elevated up through that front end. Another one that's still immature in his look when we view him out here. Going to be bigger in kind on down the road, but a good sheep. Let's give her a round of applause.
Your winner Ram Lamb, congratulations to Christy Keaton from Oklahoma. Spring Ram Lamb is in the ring right now.
My work will be cut out for me when we do the champion, because this is another nice sheep, similar in type and kind to what we've been seeing. They're sheep that are very up-fronted and good built and extremely nice looking to look at from the side, that are very elevated. Good kind of sheep. Let's give them a round of applause for this winner in this class.
In the ring now is your pair of Ram Lambs. Congratulations in the spring lamb to Olivia Graves from Missouri. And your pair of Ram Lambs, first will go to Olivia Graves, second is to Christy Keaton. Next is a selection of your grand champion, Shropshire Ram.
not a lot of numbers, but similar in terms of quality. Sheep that are built with very long top lines in them, that are up fronted, good on their feet and legs. All of them are a little later in their maturity in terms of where they're going to get to their end point. Nice set of sheep. For my champion, we're going to come here in this fall class and use this guy for champion. I think he's the most complete of everything. Very square made down that top line. I wouldn't necessarily say he's the biggest hip of all of them, but I think he's got plenty to him. And then we go down to the ground with him, and he's certainly one that's got some foot size and has some ruggedness to him as a buck. I like him extremely well. And then I think it gets really close between this winter class and this spring class. I like the spring lamb from a standpoint of just his lines are very good. He's ultra cool to look at from the side. The biggest thing to look at him is what is he going to look like, when he's the same age as, say, this buck that's here in the winter class. I think his structure is very good. I don't see any big holes in him there. I think his biggest problem is time. The buck out of the winter class, he's one that is thick-ended. He does have a big hip in him. I guess we back off and look at him and watch him move around. I'd like to clean him up just a little bit in that chest floor and that breastplate, drop his flank down, and just make him a little more mature as well. And so he gets close. I think, like I said earlier, I'm kind of big on structure and how they're put together. I'll give up some shape and some muscle and some width just to get the right structure. I'm going to use the buck lamb for your reserve. Let's give him a round of applause for a good job.
And congratulations, your grand champion, Shropshire, exhibited by Olivia Graves, coming out of the fall class. Your reserve champion, also to Olivia, from the spring class. As we continue on this afternoon, our yearling news for our Shropshires is next.
No, I'm not using the biggest one of the group, but I'm using the one that I think is the most correct down her top line and square out through her rump and hip. I think she balances up the best for me and makes a nice silhouette of the group. The ewe that we have here in second, biggest ewe in the group, but I want to change some things about her. I'd like to make her tie in just at the top of her shoulder just a little bit better, give her a little more levelness and width out through that rump and hip for the amount of size that she does have. But she's one that's long enough. She's one that's fresh and handles good enough down that top line. That's why she's going to be here in second. And then the ewe in third, I think if we give her some time and get her a little fatter, I think she could move up in the class. She's super level hipped. Really long hip, long hind saddled, good in her lines. She's really green today, and because of that greenness, she just doesn't balance up quite as well because she doesn't drop that flank. If we get that flank dropped down in her, I think certainly she could move on up in the class. Then we round out the class with a super green one that's just a little bit narrower base than the rest of the group, and that's why we're going to put her down here. Good class, though. Let's give them a round of applause for a nice set of Schropp yearlings.
Here's your results of your yearling ewes. First is to Olivia Graves of El Dorado Springs, Missouri. Second also goes to Olivia. Third exhibited and fourth by Christy Keaton from Neenah, Oklahoma. A pair of yearling ewes. First will go to Christy Keaton. Second is to Olivia Graves. Next, moving on, will be our fall ewe lambs, please. Fall ewe lambs. Megan's one mess up allowed of the day. In the pairs, I take that back because of Megan. First went to Olivia, second went to Christy.
Our class winner, I just like her lines just a little bit better. I think she's more correct in how her shoulder and neck tie together at the top. I think she's more balanced in her look from the side. Shoulder seems to be tied in just a little bit tighter than the U that we have there in second. Both the U's, obviously, they're young and green, and they're going to get more mature, but I like the skeleton on that first place U just a little bit better. U in second, I like the things about her. I think she may be a tick bigger bone down at the ground. As I said, I'd like to smooth her up through that front end and make that neck and shoulder tie in a little bit better than it does right there at the top of the shoulder. I think she's got some width and dimension to her and still is attractive, just not quite as neat and as neat made as the U that wins the class. And then we round out the class with a super green one, super long bodied, doesn't have quite enough to her to go up any higher in the class for me today. Let's give them a round of applause.
In our fall ULAM class, first we'll go to Christy Keaton. Second exhibited by Olivia Graves, and third to Christy Keaton. Christy will also take first in that winter ULAM, but she hasn't brought it in yet. I'm moving ahead. She's going to bring the winter ULAM in?
She's bringing it now.
Yeah. So winter ULAM is next, single entry.
Another attractive up-fronted, neat ewe here, can handle some competition. Just green and still needs to come in terms of maturity, but a nice ewe that's got some good pieces to her. Let's give them a round of applause on this class.
Congratulations to Christy Keaton. Moving on now is our spring ewe lambs, please. Spring ewe lambs. First call for all other meat breeds. First call.
I guess that's you. The thing I like about her is I like how she's built in terms of her body. You that's got a little more to her in terms of the middle section of that rib cage. She's got some thickness and muscling to go with it. I think she balances up quite well. She's not the freaky one in the group. That's the U in second. The U in second is extremely cool up through the front end in terms of just length of neck and femininity and all that. I just want to see her get some more body and some maturity in her, get some more guts in her, and drop that rear flank down to make her balance just a little bit better. Today, that's where they're going to go. I think this ewe lamb in second on down the road might have a really good future once we get her there in terms of maturity. The ewe that we have here in third just doesn't balance up quite as well. I guess she's not quite as good out through that rump and hip. She's a little shorter and rounder there. And not as neat in her flank. She's got some width. She's got some dimension. She's also one that's probably the smallest built one in here in terms of just overall amount of width and top shape out here. So she just needs some time. We need to change her a little bit in how she's built to put her on up in the class. Good set of sheep, though. Let's give them a round of applause.
And congratulations in our spring ewe lambs. First, we'll go to Olivia Graves. Second, we'll go to Christy Keaton. And third, to Olivia Graves. Bringing in our pair of ewes. In our pair of ewe lambs, congratulations. First goes to Christy Keaton, second to Olivia Graves. Now I'll make the selection of your grand champion, Shropshire ewe.
We get our females back out here, and again, kind of like the bucks, they're all very similar in terms of how they're made, up fronted, extended, pretty, not excessively boned, but not huge bone by any mean, and of course, I think it's okay. I'm not infatuated with how big a foot size they have, but get them out here, and we're just going to look at the structure and balance and how they're put together. I think there's two that intrigue me the most, and one of them's not quite mature enough yet, but I think it's going to have a nice future once we get her fat and conditioned and where she needs to be. Today, though, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to go ahead and use your yearling for your champion, and then this fall ewe is going to be your reserve champion. Let's give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, your grand champion ewe goes to Olivia Graves out of the yearling class. Your reserve champion is Christy Keaton out of the fall class. We're moving on now to our groups and Shropshires, which means it is second call for all other meat breeds. Second call, please. And our final class for our Schrops is the Breeder's Flock, which means this is the final call for all other meat breeds. And in our group classes, congratulations overall. First will go to Olivia Graves, and second goes to Christy Keaton. We're going to get it underway now with our all other meat breeds. All other meat breeds. First class in will be your fall ram lambs. Fall ram lamb for all other meat breeds, please. Again, we're starting out with our all other meat breeds. Fall ram lambs, please. There should be 2 in this class.
This class, starting with some Dorper bucks that I think it's close in what you like and what you want to do. I think the buck that probably comes best, that's the neatest up through that front end and particularly in that lower chest floor, and then yet still has plenty of muscularity and width out through his hind end is, I'm going to use the one on my left to be your class winner. I like his width and thickness. I'd like to take him and make him just a tick better on his back two legs, but I think he combines skeletally things the best of the two. Buck in second is obviously the bigger of the two. I think he gets a little bit flatter and deeper in his makeup. Particularly in that rib cage. I don't think he's quite as neat and clean up through the lower third of that front end. And then when you really get in behind him and you look at him in terms of width and thickness based on where he is and his frame size, I don't think he's quite as wide and not quite as muscular as the one that we have at the top of the class. But good class. Let's give him a round of applause. You get a couple different breeds in here, makes it a little different. I guess the way I look at it is, maybe within their breed, which one's the best, and then evaluate that back on the others. I think his Tunis buck looks nice and is good in his lines. I think in terms of quality, he's really correct on his feet and legs, and when you move him out here, he stays together and looks the part in terms of just keeping everything where it's supposed to be. And that's why he's going to be your winner. These two Dorper bucks both need to keep coming in terms of their condition and maturity. The one that we're putting in here in second, I think he's a little bit better in his top line. I think he's a little bit neater up through that front 1/3. Obviously, he's got a little more weight on him today than the other one, and that's going to give him an advantage as well. Good class, so let's give him a round of applause.
Here's the results of our Rams as we get ready to make the selection of your grand champion. In the fall, Rams first will go to Dusty Brown from North Platte. Barbara Zarodnicek from North Platte. In the spring, Rams first went to Lynn Murray from Higginsville, Missouri. Second is to Barbara. Third will go to Dusty. And in the pairs, first is Dusty. Second was Barbara.
We're doing our champion all other meat breeds here. I think the one I like the best, one that's put together and balances up the best for me, is this tuna sheep that came out of the fall class, I believe. Is that right? Or winter class? Winter class. Winter class. I'll get the right class. He's going to be your champion. We're going to follow him up with the fallback for reserve.
As we continue on our all other meat breeds, these are our yearling ewes entering the ring. Congratulations, your grand champion ram for all other meat breeds, exhibited by Lynn Murray out of the spring class. And your reserve goes to Dusty Brown out of the fall.
Do you want me to do first call for all other wool breeds or not yet?
How much time does Mike need?
Huh?
How much
Mike's
time?
not. We're in Columbia, so we're by ourselves.
Yeah, probably. They might have
First call now for all other wool breeds. First call, all other wool breeds.
This tennis shoe, get your hands on her. She's definitely straight in her top line. She's got something to her. I think within her breed, she's a really nice ewe. I'm not going to say she's heavier muscled than the ewe we have in second. That ewe in second's very heavy muscled. Got some thickness and width to her. I want to change her on her back too. She gets a little straight and stiff walking out here. I just need to change her in that area. I want to make her a little bit better structurally, where the Tunis ewe is pretty good structurally from that standpoint. And then we have the slick-sheared Tunis here in second, one that's good down her top line and good in her lines. Doesn't balance up quite as well as some of the ones above her, but still a nice ewe that's got a little more to her and some good quality to her as well. We round off the class with a Dorper appearing ewe that I like how extended she is. I like how she's put together. I want to see a little more width and dimension to her. I want to see her a little more mature as that breed as we look at her out here amongst these others. Again, you're comparing apples to oranges and pineapples and grapefruit. And it's just one person's opinion to put them together, and this is how we're going to line them up. Let's give them a round of applause for a good class of other meat breeds.
Our fall ewe lambs will be next. Fall ewe lambs. Here's your results of your yearling ewes. First will go to Lynn Murray from Higginsville, Missouri. Second to Owen Atwater from Knoxville, Iowa. Third is to Lynn Murray. And fourth goes to Dusty Brown from North Platte. In your pair of yearling ewes, first goes to Lynn Murray from Higginsville, Missouri.
We're going to leave them like they're standing. I'm going to start with the Tunis ewe. Very good quality. She's got a lot more to her than what you might expect. Good down her top line. She's got some width to her. Correct on her feet and legs, up fronted. Just not a huge problem in this ewe. I think she's pretty complete. The Dorper ewe that we have next, she does have some muscularity and some width that I like to see in that breed. And then you get her set up and get her up, and she's very good in her line. She's up fronted. She's neat made. She balances well. I think she's good quality within that breed, and it has more quality than that ewe that's here in third in this particular lineup. Ewe in third, I like her until you get back to the hip. She gets a little narrow out through those pins compared to some of the others, especially compared to the class winner that is her like and kind. And so I'd just like to change her on her rear third and just make her a little more bolder and wider, especially when she walks away from you. But good set of sheep. Let's give them a round of applause for a good set in this particular lineup.
Our spring ewe lamb is coming in next for our all other meat breeds. As a result of your fall ewe lamb, first will go to Lynn Murray of Higginsville, Missouri. Second to Barbara Zadnicek from North Platte. And third goes to Lynn Murray. This is the second call for all other wool breeds.
Again, putting them together is interesting, but I like this ewe. I think she's this Dorper ewe is put together quite nice. Neat up through that front end. Get her out here and get her set. I think she's pretty complete in her body and how she's put together. And still looks like a female within that breed that is of good quality. So she's going to be your class winner. I'm going with this ewe next, a big-bodied ewe. I think she's got a little more width. I think she's a little bit better in her top line. When she gets out and walks away, I think she's a little bit better just watching her feet and legs and got a little more width to her than the ewe that's there in third. The ewe in third, maybe a little more up-fronted, maybe one that's going to get a little bigger and more extended as we go later on. Today, I just don't think she's as wide when we take her down to the ground, not quite as wide out through that rump and hip. And then she's not quite as good in her top line, what I can feel through that wool, particularly right in behind that shoulder. And then we round out the class with kind of a green Dorper ewe that's she just needs more time. We need to get some more. She just needs to get some more shape to her, get a little bit further along in her maturity for me to move her on up. But good class of ewe lambs in this all other meats division. Let's give them a round of applause for a good job.
All right, now a selection will be of our grand champion ewe. Here's your results of the spring ewe lambs. First, we'll go to Barbara Saranechik from North Platte. Second, exhibited by Lynn Murray from Higginsville, Missouri. Third will go to Lynn Murray as well. Fourth is to Dusty Brown from North Platte. Lynn Murray will take first in the pair of ewe lambs. Again, now the selection is your grand champion, all other meat breeds ewe lamb, or ewe in general, excuse me. This is your final call as well. Final call for all other wool breeds.
Nice set. Obviously, you got different breeds in here, and so putting them together and deciding what to do. I think quality-wise, we just look at ones that are handling good, ones that are level down that top line and good on their feet and legs, and still up fronted, still look like a female. Try to represent their breed and in terms of breed type, even though we're not really calling them a certain breed out here. In particular as far as the class goes, but I think there's two that they kind of need to stay together because they're similar in type and kind. They're good down their top line. They got some width and dimension. I think within their breed, they're pretty nice and good quality kind of sheep. As far as I know, anyway, they're good down their top lines. Their structure's really good. And then they've got some width and dimension to go with it as well. I'm going to make these two Tunis ewes. The yearling ewe is going to be your champion. The winter ewe is going to be your reserve. Or fall ewe. Fall ewe. Fall ewe. Yearling and then fall.
And congratulations, your grand and reserve, all other meat breeds, goes to Lynn Murray from the yearling and then the winter class. Mixed pairs is what we're going to bring in next. Mixed pairs is one ram lamb, one ewe lamb. Your results are your mixed pair. First will go to Lynn, second to Barbara, and third goes to Dusty. And then Lynn will have Young Flock, Pen of 4, and your Breeders' Flock. So congratulations. We are down to the final two groupings. We have all other wool breeds, and then that'll be followed by our final class of the day, which will be Columbia's. All other wool breeds. Kicking it off here momentarily with our yearling rams. And I want to remind folks as you're milling through the barns, just remember we do have a sheep shearing contest this evening starting at 5 o'clock. It'll be in the 5 Points Bank Arena. There's not only going to be sheep shearing, there's a wool handling competition, there is hand shearing and crank shearing as well. I do apologize. We have natural colors. So we have 3 groupings left. All right, all other wool breeds are underway. These are our yearling rams. There'll be 2 in this class.
We're going to start with the fine fleeced buck, more or less. Just like how he's built. He's better in his top line. He's better on those back 2 in particular. A buck that you get your hands on him. Relatively good down that top line. He's good on his feet and legs for the most part, and has an advantage from a structure standpoint in this particular lineup of these bucks. Thick-ended kind of a buck, big top kind of a buck here in second. Just want to change him structurally, particularly on both ends. He just gets a little straight for me. Let's give him a round of applause.
In the yearling rams, first will go to Luke Steinmans from Hot Springs, South Dakota. Second is to Carolyn Strunk from Newton, Kansas. Moving on is our winter rams. Winter rams, please, single entry.
single entry, good buck lamb, like his body shape, and he's got some width down that top line. Nice kind of a buck here to go in this class as a single entry. Let's give him a round of applause.
Congratulations to Carolyn Strunk from Newton, Kansas with the Winter Ram Lamb. Spring Ram Lamb will have a single entry.
I like the upfrontedness of this buck lamb and how he balances up from the side. Nice made kind of sheep, particularly up through that front 1/3 of his body. Let's give her a round of applause for a nice job in that class.
Congratulations with the Spring Ram Lamb, exhibited by Carolyn Strunk of Newton, Kansas. She also has the pair of Ram Lambs. Congratulations. Let's bring them in for the selection of your Grand Champion Ram. This is first call for Columbia's first call.
For me, there's two bucks out here that kind of carry the line as far as being the most structurally correct and put together, and I think the differences are I really like the mass and dimension that this one has, along with some things like having a nice fleece on him as well. He's going to be your champion. This yearling buck will be, and then your reserve is going to be the buck lamb out of that class. Let's give him a round of applause.
Congratulations, your Grand Champion All Other Wool Breeds, exhibited by Luke Steinmans with the yearling. Your reserve is Carolyn Strunk with the Spring. As we get ready to bring in our yearling ewes, this will be second call for Columbia's. Second call, Columbia's.
Like this ewe that starts the class. I think she's a really nice female, just very good, and in terms of just how she's built, feet and leg wise, and then down that top line, she's got plenty to her. Very nice kind of a ewe. I like the body on the next one a little bit better than the one that's in third. I think she's just got a little more to her. She's got a little more width to her. Comes down to the ground a little bit better. I think she's a little better off her back too as well. The ewe that we have in third, certainly like her up frontedness. I think she balances just a tick better than the ewe that we have in fourth. Ewe in fourth, I'd just like to see her a little leveler, a little neater out through that rear third of her body. I like her up through the front 1/3. I like the capacity and rib and volume that she's got. Would like to make her just a little bit better out through that rump and hip. Let's give them a round of applause for a good set of ewes.
Underway now is a pair of yearling ewes. Here's your results of your yearling ewes. First goes to Luke Steinmetz from Hot Springs, South Dakota. Second to Carolyn Strunk from Newton, Kansas. Third also to Carolyn Strunk. And fourth to Luke Steinmetz. And your pair of yearling ewes, first will go to Luke Steinmetz of Hot Springs, South Dakota. Second is to Carolyn Strunk from Newton, Kansas. Our next up in our all other wool breeds will be your fall ewe lambs.
Nice female here. I think could handle some competition, even though she's a single entry. And I like her down her top line. You get your hands on her in that wool. There is a nice sheep there that's got some good quality to her. She's got plenty to her in terms of body and shape, and then still very attractive when you view her from the side and balances up quite well. Nice ewe. Let's give them a round of applause in that class.
And congratulations in your fall ewe lamb exhibited by Luke Steinmetz from Hot Springs, South Dakota. Our next grouping in all other wool breeds will be winter ewe lambs. And this is final call for Columbia's. Final call, Columbia's.
We're going to leave them like they are. We're going to start with this ewe over here. I think she just balances up the best. I think her skeleton is more correct of the two. That's why we're going to start with her. The ewe that we have in second, a ewe that is up fronted. She's feminine. I just don't think she's put together quite as well. She's not wanting to cooperate and really act like a show ewe right now, but I'd like to see her a little square, a little straighter out through her rump and hip to put her up above this ewe that we start the class with. Good class, though. Let's give her a round of applause.
Congratulations to the winner ewe lamb class. First goes to Carolyn Strunk from Newton, Kansas. Second to Luke Steinmans from Hot Springs, South Dakota. We'll have a single entry in the spring ewe lamb class.
Single entry here, but another ewe that's got some length of body. She's good and straight down her top line. Very feminine up through that front end. Another nice kind of a ewe for this young lady. Let's give them a round of applause. Good job in this class.
And congratulations to Carolyn Strunk from Newton, Kansas with a spring ewe lamb. Now we bring in a pair of ewe lambs, please. Pair of ewe lambs.
Lambs, Carolyn first, Luke second.
There's two I like in this lineup. I like them as females. They're big and broody and have plenty to them, and yet still are elegant in the way that they're made, and up through their front end, they're neat. I think they look appropriate as females, and again, one person's opinion today. But your champion, I like this fall ewe. I think she's really good. I think she balances quite well. She's very feminine up through that front end, and she's my favorite out here, and I'm going to follow her up with the yearling for reserve. Let's give him a round of applause for a nice show.
Reserve went to Luke Steinmetz. First call, natural colored. Finishing up the all other wool breeds group classes. Are we taking a break? Are we ready? Okay, we're now ready to start Columbia's. We'll start with the yearling ram class. We have one entry. Here we go with Columbia's. With yearling rams.
Nice Columbia buck, a big guy, and fleece is good on him. I think he can handle some competition as well. Let's give him a round of applause for a nice buck.
Okay, we are now ready for winter ram lambs. 2 entries.
The buck we're starting here with, I think he's just better in his lines, better bodied. I think they're similar in terms of fleece quality and where they're at, but I just like the structure of this particular buck. When we move him around, he keeps his top line together better. He's a little leveler out through his rump and dock, just a little more correct structurally. Let's congratulate these people on a good job.
First place goes to the governor.
stout bucks out here in this lineup. I'm going to go ahead and use your yearling buck. I like him the best in terms of just where he's at in terms of quality of fleece, and where he's also at in terms of just being mature and getting there. This buck is still got some time to get there. I like his lines. I think he's a nice sheep from that standpoint. Good set of sheep, though. Let's give him a round of applause. Champion on the yearling, reserve on the buck limb.
Congratulations to Luke Steinmetz and Susan Littlefield. Next, we will be moving into our yearling ewes. We had 3 entries.
We're going to place these like they're lined up over there, starting with the ewe, really attractive ewe that's straight in her lines and very good on her feet and legs. I like her extension. I like her broodiness. Just a nice kind of a ewe that starts this group, and I think it's hard to get around. Next ewe in class, I like her body. I think she's bigger in terms of center body and rib cage and volume than the ewe that we have there in third. And that's why she's going to sit there. Ewe in third, maybe a little bit longer bodied than the ewe that we have in second, but not quite as neat and correct down that top line, not quite as balanced as we look at her up through that front end of these two. So let's give them a round of applause for a nice job in that particular lineup.
Pair of yearling ewes. Oh, we're good. Okay. To winter ewes. Nope. How about one fall ewe?
Nice ewe here, a little more open in her fleece, but a ewe that's got some nice lines, and she's feminine, and I like how she's built. Good kind of ewe. Let's give them a round of applause in this group.
Congratulations in the fall ewe lamb class to Luke Steinmetz from Hot Springs, South Dakota. Winter ewe lambs are next. There are 2 in that class.
We're going to leave them the way they're sitting. We're going to start with the one on the right, just a little bit better in her top line, a little bigger bodied ewe that's a little further along in her maturity. That's why we're going to sort them there. Let's give them a round of applause for a good job in this class.
In the winter ewe lamb class, first and second goes to Littlefield Family Farms of Surprise, Nebraska. Single entry coming in their spring ewe lamb class. This is the final call for natural colored. Final call.
Nice ewe here, single entry. You that's got some length of body. She's pretty good down that top line, especially right in behind that shoulder. She's pretty straight. Maybe we'd like to level her out through her rump and hip, but nice you. Let's give them a round of applause in this class. This Columbia group of females, I think there's one that's easy for me to hook my wagon to. I think she's pretty complete. She's good in her line. She's good on her feet and legs, and then still has a good quality fleece on her as well. And then to follow her up, I think the one that while she may be a little more open in her fleece, but I still like her in terms of just where she's at today in relation to everybody else. Yearling's going to be your champion. Fall's going to be your reserve.
Congratulations to Luke Steinmetz with your champion and reserve ewes. We'll now be completing the Columbia breed with the group classes. Starting with mixed pair. Okay, we are ready for our last breed of the day, natural colored. Starting with yearling.
Big boy here, good buck though. Nice quality fleece on him in terms of his fineness and just a nice sheep. We'll see how he does against the rest of them, but good yearling buck. Let's give him a round of applause.
And congratulations in your yearling ram to Luke Steinmetz from Hot Springs, South Dakota. We'll have 2 entries coming in our winter ram lamb class.
When the yearling ewes go in, do you want me to make first call for all breed champions only?
My initial thought was to change that around, but we're going to use this buck. I like his body, and I want to change him on his rear wheels and get him just more out on the corners as far as how he goes. I think he's got a better fleece on him than the other buck, and that's probably why we got to have him up here in this particular lineup. But two nice bucks that are kind of similar in how they're made, just some minor differences that we need to look at. But that's how we're going to put them together. Let's give them a round of applause for a good job in this class.
And congratulations in the winner Ram Lamb class. First and second will go to Steve Reed from Hustonia, Missouri. Make your selection now of your grand champion ram for natural colors. Also, congratulations to Steve for the pair of ram lambs.
For me, I think this gets a little close in terms of picking your champion and reserve. I like the big buck. I like some things about him. I like his fleece and the quality that it has. Um, and so it gets real close in deciding what you want to do. I like the front 2/3 of this sheep extremely well. I'd like to change him on his back too a little bit from a structure standpoint. His fleece is good as well. I think it's just a matter of opinion. You're talking about two different kinds of sheep as well, even though they're both natural colors. I'm going to go ahead and go with the big buck, the big yearling buck for champion. We'll go with the lamb for reserve. So let's give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, your grand champion ram exhibited by Luke Steinmetz coming out of that yearling class. And your reserve will go to Steve Reed. As we continue on this afternoon, we do have the yearling ewes. Those are our next ones in the ring. And with that, this is first call for all division champions, all breed champions only for rams. If you could make your way to the holding area, we will only take a 5-minute break after the completion of the natural colored class to dive into the rams. So all rams that won their breed class, please make your way with your champions to the holding area.
we're going to leave them the way they are right now. We're going to start first over here on my right. I like length of body and the top line of this particular ewe. I think when we put her in motion of the three, I think I like her the best in terms of feet and legs and where she puts them down. Not that she's perfect on the rear two, but she's close enough for me in this group. Next ewe in class, big-bodied ewe that's got a lot of good to her. I just see her being a little straight when she gets around here on this back two, but a nice ewe that's big-bodied up front at Broody. I think it's close between those two, depending on what you want to do. Next ewe, this ewe is just tall and lean and neat, just a little bit narrower base, a little bit narrower made than the other two. When we get her out here in the ring and move her around, I'd just like to see her a little wider base and a little more body, center body to her as a female goes compared to the rest in the class. Good class, so let's give them a round of applause.
And congratulations in our yearling ewes. First and second will go to Steve Reed from Hastonia, Missouri. Third is to Luke Steinmetz of Hot Springs, South Dakota. In our pair of yearlings, first will go to Steve Reed of Hastonia, Missouri. Next in is single entry for our fall ewe. This is second call for our breed champions for the Supreme Drive. Second call.
Probably one of the better handling ones I've put my hands on in this particular natural colored group. Just really good down that top line and big and opened up and fresh. Would like to give her a little more body, but she's a lamb. She's going to have time to do that. Good ewe. Let's give her a round of applause for a nice single entry.
And congratulations to Steve Reed from Hastonia, Missouri. Up next will be 3 entries in our winter ewe lamb class. And just a reminder for those that are walking through the sheep barn tonight or this afternoon at 5 o'clock in the 5 Points Bank Arena, you can watch some serious sheep shearing action going on with the Nebraska State Fair sheep shearing contest. We've got some of the top in the nation that are competing for those points to keep them on Team USA for shearing. There'll be hand shearing, hand shearing, crank shearing, and then regular shearing, and then the wool handling as well.
these top two ewes, similar in type and kind. I'm going to use the bigger, stouter of the two, and that's where we're going to place them. Very similar in what they are. Um, just some differences in terms of where they're at and size and scale and volume and body. You that we end the class with, long-bodied, extended, female, just need more tour compared to these other two. We need to just make more sheep there, blow her apart, make her a little more mature than what she is. Congratulations. Let's give them a round of applause for this group.
Congratulations in our winner ewe lamb class. First and second will go to Steve Reed from Hastonia, Missouri. Third to Luke Steinmans from Hot Springs, South Dakota. We have 2 entries in our spring ewe lamb class. 2 entries. And this is final call. Final call for all our champion rams for the final drive. This is your final call.
Nice ewes, natural color ewes in this group, more medium wool variety. Just really nice ewe to start the class with. I think she's up fronted. She's really wide based, very neat in her chest floor and the lower third of her body. She's a little bit better on her back too, in terms of just how she is from hip down to the ground. Like that ewe a lot. Ewe in second, nothing bad to say about her. Really, she's really up fronted. She's pretty. She's just not as much sheep as the ewe that wins the class, but a really nice set of ewes in this class. Let's give them a round of applause.
And congratulations in your spring ewe lamb. First will go to Lauren Richards from Geneva, and second is to Lindley Schwartzendruber from Shickley. Make the selection now of your grand champion ewe. Do note we're going to take a 5-minute break just to make sure our breeders have enough time to make it up here if they're competing in the final drive. We'll start it out with our rams from each one of our divisions, our champion rams only.
Nice set of natural colors. I think there's kind of three players out here. You in that, I believe, fall class, and then I like our two medium wool ewes down there. Those are my kind of sheep as well. I think this ewe's built really good. I like her lines. Get your hands on her. You're certainly happy with what you feel there. It's just a matter of opinion what you want to use. That ewe's very nice, though, and extended and up-fronted and good built. The ewe down here is typical of a weather sire, weather day. Well, I should say weather dam. We're not in the sire show right now, but typical of a weather dam that's got black pelt on her. She's pretty neat in how she's built. How good is she within that weather dam deal? I think she's pretty good. You get your hands on her and you go from front to rear, and she progressively gets wider as you go back to the top of that hip. That's a requirement in my books. When you put your hands on one, she's still very cool up through that front end in terms of her chest floor, and put together from that standpoint. Again, I think it's and then the third one I like is the second one in that particular lineup out of that class. A ewe lamb that's a little more immature today in terms of where you would want her to be at 12 o'clock, but still an extended ewe that's got some value to her in terms of body and look, and if we put a value on them, she would have pretty good price tag on her as well. So between those three, I guess I'm going to look at it this way. I made sure and checked it didn't say natural colored wool breeds. And so what I'm going to do is we're going to go champion with that ewe, and we're going to go reserve champion with this ewe here. So congratulations to our winners. Good job.
Congratulations, your grand champion ewe in the natural colored exhibited by Lauren Richards, the reserve grand champion to Steve Reed. We'll take a 5-minute break to reconvene and get ready for our final drive in our champion divisions. This is also first call for our champion breeding ewes that were in each of their breed division winners. First call for our champion ewes. This is second call for the U's for our champion drive. Second call. Again, we'd like to thank our judge, Bart Cardwell, for all the work he's done today and, of course, tomorrow as well with the Weather Sire Weather Dam Show. But in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, let's get them ready and bring those boys in the ring. This is going to be your overall Supreme Champion selected. Yes, and this is going to be the order that you showed in. So we're going to go Hamp, Suffolk, Dorset, Dorset Advantage, Southdown, Baby Doll, Schropp, All Other Meats, All Other Wool, Columbia, and Natural Color. So you'll be coming down at the far end of the ring. And as soon as I get the thumbs up from Megan, we will start announcing you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's put a big round of applause as these guys come in the ring for our champion drive here at the Nebraska State Fair for the Rams. Representing the Hampshires, it is Richards Livestock. In the Suffolks, Ron Berkey. In the Dorsets, Richards Livestock. Dorset Advantage, Darcy Peterson. In the Southdowns, it is Gilmore Southdowns. As for the Baby Dolls, Ariane Meisner. In the Schropps, Olivia Graves. All Other Meats, Lynn Murray. All Other Wool, Luke Steinmetz. The Columbia Ram, Luke Steinmetz. And the Natural Color Ram, Luke Steinmetz. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the best of the best here at the Nebraska State Fair representing the sheep breeds for today. Let's give them another round of applause as they come through the ring. And while our judge, Bart Cardwell, takes another look at these sheep, I want to remind folks coming up at 5 o'clock, so just about an hour from half from now, is going to be the sheep shearing contest here at the Nebraska State Fair. It'll take place inside the 5 Points Bank Arena at 5 o'clock. We've got some of the best in the nation representing Team USA that are going to be competing this evening. Not only do we have sheep shearing, we have a wool handling competition, and last I heard, number 1 and number 2 in the nation are here to compete. You're not going to want to miss it. No cost to you. Come watch a very old job, something that has been done for years in shearing these sheep. So you're not going to want to miss that coming up this evening, 5 o'clock in the 5 Points Bank Arena. For folks that are watching ringside, this is making the selection of your Supreme Champion Ram here at the Nebraska State Fair.
Well, before I decide this, first of all, I want to thank the group up here that has done an amazing job helping us get them in, processing everything, and certainly appreciate the crew that's working in here. So let's give our ring help and announcers and everybody a big round of applause for doing a good job for the show. Certainly appreciate them because if they don't do what they're doing, this doesn't happen. And so tell them thank you after you're done, please. As a judge and evaluator I like I told somebody a while ago, I only please one person when I judge, and that's me. And I probably don't make everybody else happy. And I know that's just part of the game. And I raise Hampshires and Dorsets with a few Shrops. We used to raise some Suffolks there at the college. For me, as a breeder, it's a lot of fun. I have college students there that I work with and try to teach, but the breeding aspect of it and getting lambs on the ground, that is what makes my job so fun. I don't have a job really. I have an opportunity to go and work with sheep and people, and every day I wake up and I'm thankful for that opportunity because it's a lot of fun and in what I do. So I know what makes them good from a genetic standpoint or from a phenotypic standpoint. I know trying to put things together to make them good from a genetic standpoint, that it can be difficult. Sometimes you don't have enough money to do it because the one you need you just can't afford. The good thing about AI, now we can afford all of them. So as you go out and you make these things, if I was to describe my ideal sheep is geek fronted and huge hipped. That's my ideal sheep, which means I also want them to have some flank. I want them to have that chest floor tucked up. I want them to have good feet and legs. And so that's what I'm looking for. I think the one that, I'm going to be honest, I haven't found that one that I just can't live without here, but I have found some sheep that have some really good pieces and are nice sheep within their breed. I think the one that I kind of gravitate to as we look at them out here and think about the breeds and what they are. One that I really like, and I think they're really good for their breed in particular. I like that Shrop lamb over there. He's going to be your champion today. Let's give them a round of applause.
Congratulations to Olivia Graves. Representing the Shropshires, ladies and gentlemen, that is your Supreme Ram of the Nebraska State Fair.
I liked that sheep when he came in. I thought he was pretty complete. Just up fronted. He just doesn't have a huge hole in him. He's going to get better because he's going to get bigger and more massive and more mature. But feet and legs, structure-wise, how his spine's laid in him, certainly like that a lot about him. And then if we look at the rest of them, there's some that I'll just mention that I like. The Suffolk sheep, I'm not a big breeding sheep guy, but I used to raise them a long time ago. And that's a good sheep. That's a sheep that's really good in his lines. He doesn't have a lot of wool on him until you get back there to his rump and hip, and he's got some to cover up some things, but he's good in his top line. He's very straight and level down that top line. I think he's pretty good on his feet and legs for as big a guy as he is, and I like that sheep. The Dorset sheep has some unique pieces. He is massive and big-topped and big-ended. and yet he's still kind of got his chest floor kind of tucked up in him, and he's big-footed. There's some Dorset people that could use that guy on some of their ewes because we have a lot of pretty sheep in the Dorset breed that aren't big enough boned, and this guy could be put on them. I like him. The Southdown I like extremely well. I think that's a good-looking buck that's up-fronted. He's level-made. He's got some width and dimension to him. Within that breed, I think he's a quality sheep that can compete with a lot of animals, and a lot of people could use him on their flock and get along quite well. Those are kind of my top ones that I want to talk about. I guess for me, the one that has the least amount of holes, the one that probably checks more boxes of those three, I'm going to go with the Southdown as Reserve Supreme. Let's give them a round of applause.
Congratulations. Your reserve goes to Gilmore Southdowns. Congratulations to all of our Ram exhibitors today here at the Nebraska State Fair. Final call for those ewes. Final call for ewes for the Supreme Drive. And a quick note.
8 o'clock tomorrow morning for weather sire. It is going to be 7:30.
We just got confirmation from the livestock office. Weather sire, weather dam will be at 7:30 tomorrow morning. So the livestock office has said it will be 7:30 tomorrow morning for weather sire, weather dam. If our ewes are ready, Megan, are you guys ready? All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to bring the girls in. This is for selection of your Supreme Champion ewe of the Nebraska State Fair. Okay. Representing the Hamp ewes, 308 Club Lambs, the Suffolks, our Burks, Dorsets, Owen Atwater, and the Dorset Advantage, Owen Atwater, and the Southdowns, Gilmore Southdowns, the Baby Dolls, Arian Meisner, and the Schrops, Olivia Graves. All other meat breeds. Is Lynn Murray. All other wool breeds. Lynn Murray. And then over to the ewes, Luke Steinmetz. All other natural colored ewe, Lauren Richards.
Yeah. Nice set of ewes. It's been a joy for me to judge the whole show. I want to congratulate the exhibitors and the breeders. Good quality set of sheep, and it's always a lot more fun to judge a show where you have a lot of good ones to look at than it is when you're just looking at a bunch of commercial sheep and trying to place them. So certainly appreciate the exhibitors and what you brought out here, and thanks for bringing them. Again, one person's opinion. I think there's some ewes that are really good. I still look at this Supreme deal as within their division, or within their breed. How would they rate? And if we were for instance, if we had them all here with a national show, would they be the champion of their breed? And that's kind of how I look at it. And there's going to be different opinions there. I think there's some awfully good ones that represent their breed quite well. One opinion today on what ones that I'm going to use, and I just like the two. I think there's about 3 or 4, 5, 6 that are really good within their breed. There's some minor things that I would change about some of them, and maybe all of them, just some little things I would change about them. But feet and legs looking good, those are not the things I would change about them, because I think the ones I'm all thinking of, they're really correct in terms of their structure and how they're put together. And then the difference is maybe how the hand meets the eye. In other words, when you get your hands on them, how do they touch and handle, and do they disappoint you or not? Do they look just as good, or do they handle just as good as they look? That's kind of what I'm looking for a lot of times. So I think one that kind of hit me hard during their particular breed, and I thought was really good within that breed. I have had the opportunity to judge the national show at Louisville in this particular breed, and I know how difficult it is. And it is by far the hardest show that I have ever had to evaluate and put a set of sheep together on at any show, just because the quality is so good, and there's some very good sheep. That particular breed that I judged was really good that year, and I was very happy when I got done. I was wore out, but I was very happy. The breed I'm thinking of is that Southdown, and I think that's an elite ewe. She's going to be your Supreme. Let's give her a round of applause.
And congratulations to Gilmore Southdowns, your Supreme Champion ewe exhibitor. Even she's excited.
Really like that ewe. Very square-ended. Very good in her body, good in her feet and legs. Breed type is very acceptable for me, and I just think that's a really good ewe, and I just don't find a lot of big holes within that breed to really fault that ewe, and congratulations to the breeders of her. Then it comes down to I'll just name the 4 that I look at out here, and I think they're close. I like this Natty ewe. I know she doesn't meet the natural wool deal, but that ewe is good in how she's built, up in her chest floor, big hip, and just handles really good. In terms of a weather dam, she is really good. And maybe that's not the appropriate division for her to be in, but I like that ewe. The DA ewe, Dorset Advantage ewe, technically she's probably a Dorset that's a piebald gene, and but that ewe is super made and really cool and complete and up-fronted, big-bodied. And then when you take that color, she's really flashy to look at out in here, and certainly like that about her. The Dorset ewe, I really love this Dorset ewe's body and rib shape and how she's put together. Maybe if I was going to be real critical of her, comparing her to the Dorset Advantage, I'd like to make her just a little bit more up-fronted, just a little more pizzazz or wow to that front end to go with that body that she's got. But that's being critical of a ewe that's really good, and certainly to be considered. And then the Hamp ewe, I think the Hamp ewe is super good. She doesn't have a big hole in her. She's really neat in that front end. She's square and handles good. She's very similar to the blue ewe on down, or the natural ewe down here, in terms of how she handles. I guess people will question that, is she big enough within her breed? Hamp ewes that look like that, they'll bring some pretty good cash. And in my mind, I think she's very valuable. She's going to be your reserve supreme. So let's give them a round of applause as well.
And congratulations to 308 Club Lambs, your reserve supreme champion. Again, ladies and gentlemen, there is a sheep shearing contest with some of the best in the nation representing Team USA competing this evening starting at 5 o'clock inside the 5 Points Bank Arena. You're not going to want to miss it. And then, of course, 7:30 tomorrow morning in the 5 Points Bank Arena, the Weather Sire Weather Dam competition, starting with the Whiteface.